Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Well, my name is John Pena. I'm the Director of Education for the Southeast Propane Alliance Technical Education Center, and we'd like to welcome everyone here. That little storm Debbie came through a couple of months ago and postponed this training event here, and also the South Carolina Propane Marketer Appreciation Day that we worked hard to get planned and to execute at Santee, but nevertheless, Eric wanted to make sure that we still captured some, some valuable training, and fortunately for the academy here, and then also our schedules afforded us the opportunity to come down and to also present, the presenters that are going to be, that have traveled here the last couple of days to be able to get us up to date on codes and regulations and standards and those kind of things like that. Do a little bit of networking also here also as well. A couple of admin things. In the event of emergency, we'll just go right back out those double doors back through there, and it will form up out in the parking lot out there. We do have snacks in the back there, the entranceway, so feel free to get out there to break or whatever, go back there and grab some snacks. There's a water cooler on the my right and your left back here. There's a set of restrooms back there also as well. And there's a coffee machine over there. It's got plenty of coffee there, so should feel comfortable here today. I do have catered lunch. Subway Sandwiches is bringing us a bunch of sandwiches and drinks and stuff like that right at 11:30. So we'll set up back here and grab your sandwich. Feel free to come back in here and talk, socialize, network amongst yourselves. And then we'll kick off the remainder of the briefings and stuff like that this afternoon. Just to go over the agenda for today, you can see it there. You should have some agendas also on your tables there. You can see here the line of special people that we have coming in to give us briefings here. And without further ado, what I'll do is I'll introduce my supervisor, John Jessup. He's the president and CEO not only of our school, but also the Southeast Propane Alliance. John?
Thanks, John. Yeah, like I said, I'm John Jessup. I'm the president and CEO of the Southeast Propane Alliance. The Southeast Propane Alliance, if you don't know, is made up of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. So we don't claim Florida or anything else like that. So, we have a really great program set for you. We've put a lot of work into this, especially Eric restarting this again just to make sure that it went off again without a hitch. And if you ever need a little bit organized or something like that, you just hire a retired command sergeant major like John Pena, and he'll straighten you right out a little bit. You notice he's got a certain demeanor about him, and he did 30 years in the military, so he runs a pretty tight ship. So he's really been a great addition to the staff of SEPA. We have about 10 people on staff at SEPA. We're in Raleigh, and then SEPATEC out of the school in Graham, and then we've got the remote guy up in Maine up there, but we've got a really good staff that does a lot of work. And we'll get into that later today when we do a little bit of an update on SEPA and what we're doing. And then we've got some executive committee members here. Richard O'Shiel is in fact there. He's going to be our incoming chairman this summer, next summer. When he gets sworn in, Preston Lee is on our board, and then Eric Taylor, of course, you're going to see him in a second, and he is on the executive committee as well. So really, thank you for the executive committee members for being here today. And so without any further ado, Eric, you're going to come up and I'll hand you the mic.
All right, thank you, John. And so I'm just thankful to be here. I am thankful to see you guys. Challenges that we've had over the past month in our industry, locally and regionally. It's a big deal for you guys to be here. I know it's a huge sacrifice, and you guys that are on the ground in the propane business, it's more impressive that you're here this morning because it's 40 degrees outside, and we know where we all want to be when it's cold. Thanks everybody for that. And it's just a very wide group of folks here. Some notable folks here. We've got our presenters here that you'll hear from a little bit later on. Palmer, Keenan, and Richard O'Shiel are part of our South Carolina LP Gas Board. Molly will, enlighten us a little bit on what's going on in their world in a little while, but that's part of the governing body of what we do here in the state. So that's very important. Of course, SEPA, and I can't begin to tell you this day would have not come together as it has without the help of John Pena and John Jessup. Mainly John Pena has really been a partner in this and getting this done. As John Jessup alluded to, the best way to get something done is to hire a former retired command master sergeant, and he will get it done. You tell him, he will get it done. There's no question. So it's been a great support team. Obviously, our state, North Carolina, and Florida have all seen tragic results of the storms that have come through. Many of you are still out doing, and as a result of that, our own company is out working still for those relief efforts. Many of you in the room have businesses in North Carolina and South Carolina, so it certainly affected everyone. It was a big decision to continue on with this event. Obviously, Debbie stopped that. One of the big reasons that Debbie stopped that for us for this meeting was because we are housed today and hosted by the South Carolina Fire Academy, which is South Carolina Licensed and Labor Regulation Division, and this is the State Fire Academy. I know at least one of you wandered to the back of the property this morning. This is a very vast and unique facility. They have a recruit school going on in the back right now. It's a big facility. There's a lot of LP gas props and things back there. There's a couple 30,000-gallon tanks in the back. There's a lot going on this property. Also housed on this property is the Office of State Fire Marshal, which is our partners in the back. So we're able to be at this facility at no charge, but this room was occupied by a command center when Hurricane Debbie came. So we were very nicely moved from this event, and they took over. So there's a lot of things that go on from here at the task force that operate out of the academy here. So we're very thankful to have a partner in State Fire and be able to use these facilities, but very respectful of what they do for the state. And they deployed all over the Southeast and further during these disasters with the task force. So big props to them. A lot of the folks from State Fire in the back actually were deployed in different capacities along the way. So as we go through, we'll go ahead and get into our schedule today. My personal belief is this is a rock star lineup. I have the great privilege through my capacity. I am the Director of Safety for Pena Propane. We're based out of Batesville, South Carolina. My team is in the back here as well. So the one great opportunity I have is to work with the industry at multiple levels. Sometimes I forget that I hear this information all the time. So when I'm out communicating with other marketers and things, they don't get the same opportunities that I do to be a part of that. So a couple of your presenters here, Eric Kuster and Chris Wagner, I've heard them speak endlessly to what they're going to talk to you about today. It is incredibly valuable information. Federal motor carriers coming in. Our company has had the very, we'll call it a positive experience of going through federal motor carrier audits, DOT audits, and we learned a lot through that. So this is also something that we want you guys to hear about, and just other things that federal motor carrier oversees. We're currently under waivers for hours of service right now. That's a big impact on our business right now. So there's all kinds of things going on. So there's a lot of information to be heard today. I look forward to hearing it myself again, but without further ado, I want to go ahead and get everything rolling. So I'm going to invite Molly Price up. Molly is the Director of Building and Environmental Boards for LLR. Molly's been a partner of our industry for a while. Molly took over the overseeing of the LP gas board several years ago, and actually brought us up to where we are today. So she's a big instrumental part of what we do.
Good morning, everyone. I forgot to print one of my sheets, so I've got to read from my phone. Sorry. Just want to give a quick update about some LP gas things going on with the board. So I, as Eric said, came on working with this board, I believe, in 2015-ish, but in 2023, we had a restructure, and now I'm the program director of the Building Environmental Boards for LLR. Veronica Fulton is now the board executive. She had a conflict this morning. She's running a contractors board meeting, so I'm coming to fill in and can answer any questions, hopefully still. But really just want to go over a few little things. If y'all have questions for me too, I'm happy to answer those, so please, you don't have to wait till the end or anything. So we just went through renewals for LP gas, as y'all know, and finally got those online. That was one of my big projects that I really wanted to get accomplished to hopefully make things easier on y'all with doing renewals. It was very successful. Everyone did a great job. We had worked through a few kinks, but it went pretty well. And currently, so now all licenses are valid through June 30th of 2026. We have 224 active dealers. We have 51 active installers, 428 resellers. We have 14 cylinder exchange facilities, 9 transporters, 2 utilities, and we have 755 employees. So those are the permanent employees that are tied to the resellers, dealers, and installers. So that's our current licensure statistics. The biggest thing this board's been working on recently, as many of you have probably been involved with, is the reseller audit. And this is not a one-time thing. This is something that we have, 428 resellers right now currently licensed in the state. We are making an effort, our state fire marshals back there, I say we, they're the ones doing all the hard lifting on this one, to get out to all of those sites and make sure that those sites are in compliance and are safe. Obviously, it has not been done over the years the way it probably should be done, and we're changing that, and we're getting out. So this was the first round of audits that has taken place in the last couple of years, and we have done 50. So of the 50 that we have done, I'm going to give you some statistics, some things we've seen, and kind of where we are with those right now. So let me get this running my phone. All right, so we did initial inspections of 50 of those facilities. Of those initial inspections that started taking place, first, what was that, the last week of August, September? 17 of the 50 have already complied and cleared the audit. None of the 50 reseller sites had immediate safety concerns. So when we sent the letters out to the dealers and resellers and said, hey, we're coming out in 30 days, this is something we all wanted to work on together. You know, get out to those sites, make sure, you know, you're good with them before we go out there and see if we're good with them. So this was a huge improvement from when we last did the audit, I believe in 2019 and 2020. When we did it in 2019 and 2020, I believe there was at least 4 sites that had to be shut down on the spot because of leaks and other things that were immediate safety concerns. So really what we saw has been maintenance issues, and not major maintenance issues. You know, we had some fire extinguisher issues, some hazardous management plan issues, piping tank showing signs of corrosion, and employee training documents. 12 of the 50 did not have those documents on site. So we will need to see those documents to clear those from the audit. But overall, this has gone really well. And we're happy that the industry's, you know, taking it seriously as well as, you know, doing their best to make these sites compliant. Where we are right now with the audit, like I said, 17 of the 50 have cleared the audit. So we are coming back out to look at the sites that still have to comply. Of the sites that are left, if you call us and say, yes, I'm ready, I've been out and made the repairs to the site, we will get someone out there and get it on the schedule. If we have not heard from everybody by October 23rd, all of those sites are going to be put back in the system, and we're going to tell the deputies to go ahead and get back out and get those inspected, which will usually take 7 to 14 days. So I would encourage all the dealers in this room, if you have sites that have not complied yet, and we are going back out to do those inspections, if you want to coordinate that a little bit better, then reach out to us and we'll do that with you to get it coordinated. If not, we're putting it in the system and we're coming back out. So that'll be the second visit. If we come out after the second time, there will be fees for us to come out and do those re-inspections. So really don't want it to get to that point. We'd like to clear everybody out as quick as we can. Like I said, this is the first round of doing these. We will most likely do another round beginning of next, well, I won't say beginning, I know how propane is in January and February. Spring, I would say, would probably be the next round. So we're not that mean, but start working on these sites. If you have some that are concerned, that we would find as a concern, then certainly go ahead and start working on this would be my advice. I'm trying to think about anything else. Many of you have probably dealt with Jonathan Smith. He's been in our office. He's phenomenal. He handled renewals for us, did an amazing job. Jonathan has actually been promoted now, so he will not be handling LP and Pyro from the licensure administrative side. He will be handling board meetings and things like that, but we have hired a new employee that will be starting today, and I'm very happy that he will actually be working with Jonathan, because he'll hopefully learn all the great things that we've had from Jonathan for the last couple of years. But you can always get us on the phone if you need us, 8:30 to 5. Someone should pick up very quickly. So I'm here today for a couple hours, so if I can, you know, answer any questions you have, please let me know too. But Any questions about the audit or anything? All right.
Thank you, Molly. So the audit, that was, that, like Molly had said, that was probably our biggest ticket item that we've had right now. I can't overemphasize that, first thing she said. This was something that was taken to the board to ask for a blitz audit to happen. The board voted that this does not have to be taken to the board going forward, that there will be routine audits of roughly 50 audits a year completed. They will be random. So that all happened and took place at the LP Gas Board meeting a couple meetings ago. So while we're on that subject, the LP Gas Board meets quarterly, Richard, is that correct? How often do they meet? 3 times a year. So if you're interested in what goes on from the board's perspective and what the board does and what the board governs, then I would encourage you to experience that meeting. It's a board meeting, it's a state board meeting, it has its parameters, but if you're curious about that, reach out to one of us that's been to them before or attend one. They're publicly posted, they're on LLR's website, they're on LP Gas Board's website. You can attend those. It's good information to know how the LP gas law in South Carolina is governed. As far as the audit goes, I can tell you from experience, our company was heavily involved in that because we employ a lot of resellers, licensed resellers in the state. We had our fair share of inspections, and it wasn't a witch hunt type situation. It was a very positive experience. They were out, the state fire worked with, the deputies worked with the companies. They reached out for advice when they needed advice on something that was unfamiliar to them. So I think it was a great learning experience for the marketers and for state fire doing the inspections. That relationship and that process will continue to grow. So just wanted to pass that along as well. All right, any further questions for Molly or that side? If that's good, as John's getting the presentation ready, and we'll get going here in just 1 second.
He's ready.
Ready? All right, so I did want to introduce our next speaker is with the Federal Motor Carriers. This is number 1 in our rock star lineup here today. This is Carlos Menendez Torres. He is a safety investigator with the South Carolina Division of Federal Motor Carriers. He is part of the division that will come out and do inspections, things of that nature. So I'm going to invite him to come up and share with us.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Carlos Melendez. I'm a safety investigator with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, or FMCSA, South Carolina Division. I've been with the agency for a little over 3 years. Something that so far I enjoy doing it. Some of you all may or may not have had contact with us in the past. So the presentation that I have here today, I want to give a briefing about what we do, how we process our fines investigations, and some other information, of course, for hazmat. And my coworker, Chad Gerbeck, he was supposed to be here. He's the hazmat specialist for, and I think right now he's covering South Carolina as well, and Georgia and other states perhaps. He's very knowledgeable. He's the guy that I normally, when I have a question, he's the person that I call. But towards the end, I will have his information on the screen and also my contact information. So I may or may not cover some of your questions or the information that you wanted, but if anything, you can reach out to him if there's something specific for hazmat, anything pertaining to the regulation, general, the FMCSR, you can contact me directly as well. All right, so the FMCSA mission has hazardous materials mission and the crash reduction number. So I'll be kind of explaining how those are related and basically how each one complements each other. So the FMCSA overall missions, in summary, is to save life and reduce crashes and injuries. The FMCSA, in summary, like I said, is we want 0 fatalities on the road. That's what drives us. It's basically what our main goal. I will be presenting some of the statistics that we have, but our main, like I said, main mission will be 0 reduction. 0 crashes or 0 fatalities for those crashes. And the hazmat FMCSA hazardous material program mission is to minimize the risk associated with transportation of hazardous material. So in 2023, the preliminary estimate for the National Highway NHTSA, forgot what the acronym stands for, shows a 7% reduction in fatalities. However, our FMCSA records report shows an 11% reduction. However, still on average 13 people died in CV crashes per day. From 2022 to 2023, there was an increase in large trucks and buses. Large trucks, it was also a decrease, but unfortunately in MAP 21, which is for the buses, there was a little bit of increase. Again, 0 fatalities, that's our main goal. However, there's still out there things happening in incidents. I think with COVID, all of us who's in a situation where we got behind some of these compliance reviews, but something that agency is focused now, trying to direct that attention, that focus to address the passenger carriers. All right, the National Roadways Safety Strategy, or NRSS. There's a website. It's www.transportation.gov/NRSS, and it talks about, it gives you more information about each individual focus areas. Now, for safer roads, and sorry that I'm behind the podium, I just need to read my notes. So for safer roads, basically, it's the design, the roadway environments to mitigate human mistakes, safer people, and encourage safe, responsible driving and behavior by people. Safer speed promotes safer speed in all roadway environments. Safer vehicles expand the availability of vehicle system and features that help to prevent crashes and post-crash care. What we do after something happened. This is a long-term goal, but something that the agency is currently working on. All right. Some areas of all right. So hazardous material strategic plan. So areas of focus for HM are the hazmat program for the South is the hazardous material risk-based status, serious crashing incidents, and hazardous material safety permits, and so and so. One thing that's going to be big for South Carolina is the lithium battery, and I guess nationwide as well, but South Carolina with the construction now in this Lightwood area, they building a new facility factory in the area. I don't have that a lot of information, but I do know this is going to be a big deal for South Carolina now. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to, raise your hand, ask any question, or if there's something that I did not cover during this presentation, ask the question, or if not, you can also direct it to chat or myself. All right, these are the top 10 hazardous material violations that according to our records are discovered during our roadside inspections. Me personally, what I've discovered is the packaging, cargo tank with leaking, things like that. And of course, I've discovered some of these, but according to the record or system, these are the top 10. All right. How FMCSA monitors motor carrier safety. And I want to give a brief explanation of how we do our compliance review or compliance investigation, an overall picture. I know, I say 99.9% of the time when I go to the motor carrier, they don't know what to expect or they're nervous. But me personally, when I go to any carrier's office, my goal is to educate. I want to leave, when I leave them at their office, I want to educate them and that they feel they get the knowledge now to be compliant, or sometimes, they don't get time or whatever reason is, they don't get the information out there or they're not educated, but that's again my main goal. Alright, so CSA, the compliance safety accountability, consists in 3 components. The safety measurement system, which I will be giving you, discussing more, or the SMS, the intervention, which is compliance investigation, and the safety fitness determinations, what happened after the investigations. So, for the SMS, it uses data from the roadside inspections and crash reports from the last 2 years. So whenever any driver goes through a roadside inspection and violations are discovered, that inspection, even without inspection, clean inspection, what we call it, will stay in the system and calculate to the company SMS scores for 2 years. After 2 years, that data won't be used to calculate the carrier's scores. FMCSA SMS updates once a month. And the data is organized into 7 behavior analyses and safety improvement categories, which are the basics, I would call it. One thing about the inspections is the more inspection the carrier has with no violation, it helps the carrier SMS scores. Some of the carriers sometimes they ask me, so well, how can I do, or what can I do to help my score improve? So there are 2 options. So one, waiting 2 years, unfortunately, or having roadside inspection without any violations or clean inspection. The current 7 basics are the unsafe driving, crash indicator, hours of service, vehicle maintenance, drug and alcohol, hazardous material, and driver fitness. There are some proposed changes to the SMS that I might discuss in this presentation. And I will be giving some details specifically for each of these basics. Well, the early contact, that's one of the first things FMCSA does if the company's, the violations are discovered during roadside inspections. So one of the first things the carriers will get is a warning letter, letting them know, hey, FMCSA state partners have identified multiple violations that are across roadside inspection, and they'll tell you in what area you might have any deficiencies. And then what it says, targeted roadside inspection conducted at temporary primary location. So when carriers go through weigh stations, there's a system they can see not what score is, because that's not what they see, but they can target some inspection. Me personally, I do random inspection. I just pick whatever vehicle I think I want to choose, and that's what I do. But yeah, there's also the early counts I always consider, so that way to see if the carrier is improving that area or it's not improving. And I know the word target sounds kind of awkward, but not target, it's just sense of that system. Right. So the investigation, that's basically what I do. All right. So the safety investigators, we conduct 3 types of investigations. We can type of investigation. So offsite investigations. Me personally, I don't like offsite investigations because I personally believe that sitting down with the carrier face to face will provide me the opportunity to answer those questions and educate, the carrier better. However, that is an option, and from my perspective, yeah, it causes less, let's say, interruption with the carrier's operations. But I don't like those types. They're long. They take too long to finish this type of compliance investigations. On-site focus investigations. If the carrier has 1, 2 alerts, perhaps, I might get a focus investigation, meaning that I'll only be looking for example, vehicle maintenance or driver fitness only, and not the whole regulations. And then on-site comprehensive investigation, meaning that I'll be reviewing every single part of the regulation, especially if the carrier holds hazardous material, then I might do also a hazardous material supplement, perhaps, or a full investigation. Each one of these investigations, there might be some, in this, the safety fitness determination, or it's actually, we will also safety ratings. And I'll be discussing that, but so therefore, satisfactory, not rated, conditional, and unsatisfactory. And if it's a conditional or unsatisfactory, what we do now is we provide a checklist so the carrier can take corrective actions and submit an SMP or safety management plan, and they can request a safety rating upgrade. So for the controlled substances and alcohol or drug and alcohol, when we normally look pre-employment testing, random testing, post-crash testing, if applicable, and reading program policy and a drug and alcohol clearinghouse. So what I've seen lately is some carriers, they get confused. I ask them, well, do you have a drug and alcohol, have a clearinghouse account? They say yes. Then when they go and they present me with a certificate of enrollment in a consortium for random testing. But the drug and alcohol clearinghouse, it's a total different, it's part of the drug and alcohol program, but it's not the drug and alcohol program. It's a website where the carrier has the responsibility to query the driver for pre-employment, or if they keep the driver for over a year, they have to do another query to make sure the carrier is not prohibited or tested positive somewhere else. Driver fitness, what we look normally, driver qualification file, I've seen also these are being called the employee file. So what we look is a complete driver qualification file, that they have a valid license with a required endorsement in hazardous, hazmat, so for the endorsement, for tank endorsement, and additional training requirements. So we'll be looking for complete file if we have to do a driver fitness investigation, especially if it's a focused investigation. If you want to know what is required to have in the driver file, the driver qualification file, employee file, if you want to take a note, it's 395.51. That's the regulation, what regulates, and it will tell you exactly what is needed or required in the file. You can have more information if you would like, but that's what is required by the regulation. For the hours of service, I know this is a big deal now. There's a emergency declaration as well. So I'm assuming some of you are using this exception. But when we do an investigation, areas of focus, for hours of service, we do our records of duty status documentation, which by the regulation, each carrier, they have to keep this documentation, bill of lading, shipping document for 6 months. And same thing with the records of duty status. If you're using the short haul, keep in mind you have to keep the timesheet or paper log, whatever you're using, for 6 months as well, along with the supporting documents. And we also look for the, hours of service compliance, the 11, if you're using the short haul, then, the 11-hour, 14-hour rule, 30-minute rule. So, and the ELD compliance. So if the carrier is required or not to use ELD, and if it's exempted, okay, what's the exemption? And as long as they can prove it, then we grant the exemption for the ELD. For crash investigations, we also look in the record if there was a fatality, an injury, the report of a crash. And so, if FMCSA accident, what is considered if there's a fatality, a bodily injury to a person who has a result of the injury and is treated, immediately receive medical treatment away from the scene of the accident or away or more vehicles, it says immediately receive medical treatment away from the scene or of the accident site, or one or more motor vehicles incurring deceptive damages. We personally review the accidents or crashes in the past 365 days. Normally our compliance investigations are only focused in the past year or past 365 days. I've seen also some confusion whether or not a post-crash is required or is not required, a post-crash drug and alcohol test. So the difference is, or if there's a fatality, yes, a post-crash is required. There's no exception for that. Now, if there's an injury to a person and the driver is cited, the CMV driver, the commercial vehicle driver is cited, then the post-crash is required. If the driver is not cited, then it's not required. However, if it is required, and for some reason the motor carrier cannot get the driver to go get a drug and alcohol test, then the motor carrier has to document, have in writing what happened. The driver was treated at the hospital, he was interviewed by the law enforcement officer, something. And for drug and alcohol, it's 8 hours. Actually, for alcohol, the carrier has 8-hour window. After 8 hours, you start pursuing that post-crash test. And I think it's 24 hours, 32 or 32. I can't remember. I apologize, but I'll find it. But anyway, for drug and alcohol, you have to do that for drugs, do that test. If you can, you have to document it as well. And it can be electronic, like text message. You texted your driver, and I'm at the scene, I can't, so on and so on. So, now as far as the crash preventability determination program, I think I'm going to discuss this about data queues. Yeah, but I always encourage the carriers that once they have a crash, a reportable crash, and it's in your SMS profile, and you think that it shouldn't be in your profile calculated towards the SMS, to submit a data queue. So the crash preventability team, they can review it, and if they approve it, that it was a non-preventable crash, they'll review it, remove it from your profile. Now, when we do compliance investigation for crashes, you will also have the opportunity to submit those data cubes, and since you're going through this compliance investigation, they'll try to expedite and get a determination whether or not it's a preventable or non-preventable crash. Vehicle maintenance, so we look the program, overall the files, and the previous roadside inspections. So if the carrier obtains a roadside inspection, keep it on file for 12 months. What we also look is if the carrier has a corrective maintenance program or a preventive maintenance program. So of course we want a preventive, so we want to prevent the issues that happen down the road or so. So the carrier have to keep it records of preventive maintenance, scheduled preventive maintenance. For hazardous materials, for HM, and the employee training, shipping documents, registration requirements, and security plans, if applicable. Like I said, I'm not the subject matter expert for hazard, but Chad better bring it, so I'll provide you with his information towards the end. All right, safety permit is applicable. It's not the same as the hazmat registration. Yep. And it's only if it's transported in a highway route, quantity of class 7 radioactive, more than 25 kilograms or 55 pounds, or division 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and so on. So what I've been told or explained, the really dangerous stuff. Also, if you want to take pictures about this presentation, feel free to do so. All right, for hazardous material, cargo tanks operation, we review based on GP papers if the cargo tank is an authorized package based on the material that was transported. The cargo tank test and inspection reports, manufacturer certificate, driver-specific training, incidents and repairs, if applicable. All right, so during investigations toward the end, part of our closeout, we discuss with the carriers what we think are the areas of, where's the breakdown? Where the carrier may be having problems, whether a policies and procedures, or is it meaningful action, or monitoring tracking, whatever we think, based on our investigation, what is the breakdown, and we provide some recommendations so they can improve that area. Now, this is what we might think is the breakdown, but the carrier can take not just the state we recommended, but more steps if they think necessary to correct the issue. Interventions or follow-on will be cooperative safety plan. We personally haven't done this yet with any carrier, but it's a voluntary plan a carrier may implement with the help of the SI. Or a notice of violations. It's a form of notice that violations are severe, and these are violations we discovered during a compliance investigation. A notice of claim, that's the formal notice, and it basically the penalty or fine, and you will get a letter in the mail. And an operational out of service order if, as a result of this investigation, the carrier is whether had an unsatisfactory safety rating, or we deem that the carrier might be a hazard or did not want to comply with the compliance investigation. That's another thing we can do, is a denial of access. All right, so if like I mentioned at the beginning, so if a conditional safety rating, if the carrier gets a conditional safety rating or unsatisfactory safety rating proposed, the carrier will have 60 days to put together a safety management plan and submit it to, or upload it to the SMS. I always encourage the carrier to start working as soon as possible, putting together the SMP. It's volunteer, but I'll encourage them to do so. And the agency now has 60 days to review the safety management plan. And whether approve it, they'll contact the carrier, and if they need more information or if they have any questions, they'll contact directly. But once the SMP is managed by the Southern Service Center, for us here in the South, and they'll be in contact with you. And normally I provide the contact information for the Southern Service Center along with their compliance report, the investigation report. And with this safety standard, or the 385.5, that's how we call it, the carrier must demonstrate that has adequate and effective safety management control in place. And the safety rating is an evaluation for motor carriers compliance with the safety fitness standard. So I discussed safety rating, satisfactory, which I guess is the one that most of the people or carriers they want, not just the one they should pursuing. Conditional unsatisfactory. Conditional safety rating means the motor carrier does not have adequate safety management control in place, and the unsatisfactory. Then the different. Okay. Oops. So sorry. Okay. In compliance in place, it could result in occurrence listed in 285, and unsatisfactory is if the safety rating for the motor carrier that does not have adequate safety management controls in place to ensure compliance, which has resulted in the occurrence listed. I want to give a brief, it's not here in the presentation, but I want to give a brief explanation of how we do compliance investigation. The first thing we do, so is contacting the carrier either by email or by phone number, by phone call. I'm sorry. I've been having issues because I understand y'all might get hundreds of phone calls, spam calls, whatever. And every time I call a carrier now, they think I'm a scammer, of course, by accident and all that. So they hang up on me and all that. Then I have to follow up with an email like, no, I'm not a scammer, it's me. But yeah, we understand that, but that's basically what we do. If you see an email that it comes from a .gov, USDOT.gov, most likely, yes, it's us. It's an official government entity. If it's .com, then think about it or consider reading what it says. But normally, like I said, I do a phone call and an email, or vice versa, an email first, and then I follow up with a call and see if they got the email or not. Then after that, we said, with that email will contain the initial documents and some brief documents that we request for us to help us to understand the company's operation. And we schedule the on-site compliance investigation. If it's on-site. If it's off-site, then we'll follow up with the document request letter and so on. So requesting specific documents for specific drivers or vehicle. But when we schedule the on-site investigation, that's when we work with the carrier and we schedule the on-site visit. Once we're there, we're going to do a quick interview and then start asking for the documentation. Usually, this is an estimate. It might take about a week or so. It might take long. It depends on the size of the company. So not each investigation is the same. Even though it might be carrying the same product, but each company is different. So as far as how long it takes, it varies. And then once the compliance investigation is finished and approved, then I will do the closeout with the carrier, discuss over the findings, and if there's anything, an SMP or a safety management plan that has to be submitted, it will be discussed and checklist provided and everything else. But if there's no S&P or corrective action or anything, then basically that concludes the investigation. Right. All right, so priorities and focus areas for fiscal year 2025 will be the SMS prioritization review. It was released in 2023, and the still doing some updates to the system. The FRN is under concurrent, and one thing that I want to focus here is the release of a new SMS is one of the agency's top priorities right now. The agency is working on updating the system, put it that way. So that way, some of the, let's see, right here. So the hazmat risk, the high risk. So sometimes we do some investigations, and the system will determine if the carrier is a high risk or not. But sometimes what we go is how the system is set, and we're like, no, it might be not a high risk carrier. But the system, we're doing some updates for this area specifically. So, like I said, evaluating new high risk definitions and other risk-based lists. And it's all about releasing a new SMS system. All right, FMCSA, in 2023, FMCSA extended the public comment, or it said that the comment for periods for rulemaking. All right, this included feedback in the current 3-tier rating system, and changing to a rating to unfit, incorporating new SNS data to SFB, and so on. So in evaluation, which I think is one of the most important, evaluation of current 385.15, which is the safety rating upgrade. All right, and then for the proposed rulemaking, what we see also the carriers, they would like to have a fair assessment of for large and small carriers. Of course, it's not, like I said, each carrier is different. And what they also commented was more carriers need to be rated or vetted by FMCSA, and so and so. And SFB is heavily utilized by shippers, brokers, and insurers into the public. As I mentioned, as far as crashes, there are 16 specific crash types. But submitter can submit requests for data review through data queue. So again, if the company gets involved in a crash and you think for some reason it shows in your profile because it was a reportable crash and you think it shouldn't be there calculated to your SMS, submit a data queue. The sooner you do it, the sooner they will try to review it and you will get a response from them. And these are all more information or proposed rulemaking that will be for fiscal year 2025.
On the last, go back to the last slide. Because you were just there.
I'm sorry.
So satisfactory rating should expire. So you have proposed rulemaking right now that a satisfactory rating should expire. Do you have more information on that? And is that, do you know that's still moving them to an unrated status?
No, I do not have any information about that at the moment. I can, if you email me, if you shoot me an email, I will get the information for you, or an answer for you. But again, this is proposed. It's not the final yet.
Understood.
Mhm. But I do not have the answer for that at the moment. But it's, I said, please shoot me an email. Don't forget it. I can have an answer for you. Okay. All right, these are the updates as part of the crashes for the crash preventability program and what they're taking in consideration now. Or adding, basically. All right, so for medical examiner certificates. So at the moment, your driver, they have to, it's from my understanding, the driver, they have to take the medical card to the DMV so it's updated and it shows the updated information in the citizen's record or the driver's license record. So now the medical examiners, they will have to submit the medical cards or the medical examination directly to FMCSA and it will be updated automatically. So the driver, they don't have to go anymore to the DMV. So that it will be the medical responsibility. I know Chad put this in together, but I don't want, this is a proposal, it's not live yet, okay, what I'm going to discuss now. Was a level 8 inspection. This is something that's been discussed, it does not exist, and it is not live right now, out there. But basically, in summary, I don't know how many of you have been to a dealership, and when you pull in, there's like a system that will tell you how's your tires, and you know if your tires are, what can I say? You know, if the vehicle is kind of like, what's the word for that? You know, you give you like a little briefing about your vehicle status, or at least for the tire. That's what I see when I go to the Honda dealership, and so it's almost similar to that, but again, a level 8 inspection is something that it discussed, does not exist, but it's not out there yet. But it's something that is being discussed. And the potential benefit for this will be more data for the carriers. You know, that I mentioned how to improve your SMS. Is having clean, roadside inspections or, wait for 2 years. So now this should help, at least what is the idea, help the carrier to have more data for safety and efficiency. But again, once again, it's not something that's been discussed.
Sir, do you know how that inspection is going to be carried? Do you know how it's going to be carried out?
I'm assuming that whenever they go through weigh stations.
Okay.
But again, this is something we can discuss. So I'm assuming they might have some sort of system. They're still discussing systems and proper procedures and how to get this implemented. But like I said, the idea when I discussed this with Chad is, or the image we have is something similar when you pull into a dealership and they give like a quick briefing about how's the inspection. From my understanding, they don't have to pull up in the way they tell me they do, but it's not something that will, hey, go here and we're going to do a level 1 inspection. It's something they just pass through and it tells the carrier that information about it.
So this was initially put forward in the city of New York. It was to combat overweights on bridges. It was something that was proposed to the National Conference on Weights and Measures earlier this year and overwhelmingly rejected. There is an error rate that is between 20 and 40% on all rolling inspections and evaluations, which is why Weights and Measures would not move forward with it. The city of New York and their Department of Transportation that doesn't necessarily recognize federal DOT as an entity, and they usurp all responsibility within the 5 boroughs. from federal DOT and federal motor carriers is continuing to move forward with this and continuing to cite commercial motor vehicles that operate within the city as related to this. They've created a very nominal fee and most people are just paying it. But this is going to be something that the National Propane Gas Association is heavily involved in making sure that with the error factor and the number of issues that have been identified by the scanning technology, not an acceptable means of evaluating a commercial motor vehicle safety standard. So we'll be speaking in opposition and putting comments in opposition for this rule, as I expect most motor carriers are going to be, just based on the high error rates.
Thank you for that. Like I said, I don't have a lot of information about it, but I guess the main goal will be the benefit of the carrier. All right, these are just some proposed rulemakings for the hazmat 265. I wish that Chad will be here to explain more about this. But in general, these are just changes proposed and to bring harmonization and clarification to some, if not all, the mentioned HMRs or the hazardous material regulations. So again, these are just proposed. They're still evaluating this. And he asked me to explain the 172.236C that says allows a cargo tank to display the UN ID for the petroleum distillate. So the way he put it and explained to me was, for example, if the carrier has displayed 1203, right, for gasoline, and because that was the last load that he delivered, but now the carrier's hauling the driver diesel, then it will be okay. So it will be a violation. That's the way he put it. Again, if you have want more information about it, I encourage you to contact him directly. He for sure is more knowledgeable in this area, but this is the way he exemplified it, basically. And again, this is just a proposal for me, not at the moment. And he also asked me to encourage to log into the FMCSA website, and if you have any comment or something for these rulemakings proposed, then you can, you're encouraged to do so. And he also asked me to explain about the 816C, about the training that cannot exceed 3 years. So the way he explained it to me is, if for tank endorsement, when you hire a driver, if the driver already has a tank endorsement, then it is taken as he is already trained. You don't have to provide that training. However, if the endorsement was issued over 3 years, then it's considered expired, so it can be exceed or the 3 years, so you have to provide the tank training. This is separate from the general hazmat training. All right. That's it for my presentation. That's his contact information. Chad Bernbeck, phone number. I'm going to take a picture of this slide. Yes, sir.
So one other thing that was in your very early portion of the presentation was targeted enforcement areas or areas of focus for FMCSA. And you had listed, and I didn't see anything in the remainder of your presentation about this, cargo tank inspections and specific inspections of cargo tank inspection facilities. So within the state of South Carolina, there are 51 cargo tank inspection facilities that are registered currently. With FMCSA, 19 of those provide inspections of NC 331s or NC 330s, which would impact the folks in this room. Do you know when those targeted inspections are going to be taking place? Do you know if there's an area of focus within a specific cargo tank type
You talking about CTFRs?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that information. I don't do CTFRs or cargo tanks reviews, facility reviews. That will be chapter. He will definitely have more information about it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one certified doing that.
The one concern that we have as an industry with this is 2 years ago in the western region, they inspected a facility that was dedicated to MC 331s. They did that inspection in January. On January 15th, they put every MC 331 in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota, and South Dakota out of service. So highly impactful in the winter months to an industry that sells 85% of its fuel in the winter.
Okay.
So I can follow up with Chad on
Yes.
this, but I would just ask that if you're going to do targeted enforcements of facilities that are dedicated to MC 331 service, that we avoid it in the winter months. We can react to it in June, July, August. We obviously want to know if our inspection facilities are not providing the service that they offer to us, or if they're utilizing untrained individuals in performance of those inspections. But it's devastating to an industry if that's where our focus is leading into this fiscal year, and if there are going to be targeted inspections that occur in the next 6 months, that can be extremely detrimental to the industry. But I can follow up with Chad.
Yes, so yeah, Chad used to be one of us here in the South Carolina division. Now, they're doing some changes, whether they are their own team, and they're the one, scheduling these cargo tank facility reviews and so on. So definitely, yes, I'll encourage you to contact him if you have any questions for that specifically. Because I know they have certain projects they have in place to work on. But I'm not sure that's one of the projects they have. Okay.
So, thank you for your presentation, Bob. Just a couple of questions that, through your presentation, that kind of popped up. Some are questions for that maybe you can help with, and some are questions for you guys. You briefly talked about the medical cards. So, I think that we have seen some challenges with that. We have had drivers through roadside inspections find that they are disqualified. We've got roadside violations for driving without a CDL because they were downgraded and the driver was not aware, the motor carrier was not aware. We found significant challenges with that reporting through the Department of Motor Vehicles. There is a verification process, so there's a mechanism to fix that. If you guys don't know what that is, there's one out there. But if a driver has a medical card, gets a new medical card, it's not automatic that it gets to where it needs to be. The driver does not have to take it to the DMV, as they explained, but the driver or the company, one, must verify that it is in the system, or else it will just go by the wayside until a situation happens. Unfortunately, that did. But my real question was, do they have to carry a paper copy of the medical card anymore? It has been advised to me in the last several days that to carry that, because of this issue, it's still good to carry that. Will that help on the roadside inspection?
Well, if you think it's necessary you guys can hear me, right? Okay. If you think it's necessary, you think it's a good practice to ask your driver to keep that copy in the truck or with him all the time, that's okay. However, if the medical card is updated, right, it's up to date, and it's already in the system, they don't have to carry it. If it's a CDL, which for cargo tank will be a CDL, they don't have to carry it because it's in the record. We look system, that's our system. It is there. It shows that if the medical card is expired now. But a good practice for them to keep it.
Does it matter on the side of the road? Does it matter whether you have the paper copy or not if the system says that it's not updated? I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't. So it doesn't. If it's out of date, then that's.
I guess at that point will be the inspector's discretion.
Now, I know what I would do, but if the driver is able to present me with a updated medical card, what I see in the SIN description is different. I mean, I'll make my determination, I know what I would do, but each inspector.
Well, so I guess to clarify a little bit, I think we know this in this room. What Carlos is referring to is what he would do at the federal carrier side, but we are under jurisdiction of State Transport Police in South Carolina. That is the inspecting agency under normal circumstances. I know you guys do conduct some roadside inspections, but like in way stations and things of that nature. So I guess the encouragement I would have for you guys, if you don't already know this, is that you must verify that, and you need the mechanism to do that. There is one there. I'll be happy to share it. Maybe Steve can put a document out that expresses that. South Carolina has a very usable system to validate that. It's real time. It's a good process, but you have to do it. And my company employs about 50 DOT drivers, CDL holders, and we were not perfect in that area, so we have to stay on top of it pretty well ourselves. Another question I had was accident reporting. So you went through the drug and alcohol portion of accident reporting, documentation. If you can't get a drug and alcohol test within the required 32 hours or the 8 hours for alcohol,
32 and you got to talk.
you must cease trying at that point, and you have to document.
Right.
So you covered that. What about if I have an accident today, and I turn over a propane truck, a fuel truck, and I spill product, I have an incident on the side of the road. What's the reporting requirements for federal markets? We have to report that to the federal carrier. Can you help us with that process?
From my understanding, there's a form. I can't remember off the top of my head what the number of that form that you have to submit, and what?
5,800.
5,800, okay. But yes, there is a process for that. If, like you say, if you feel you have a crash and an incident, then you have to report that as well.
It's 24 hours.
So telephonic notifications are different from the 30-day form submittal. You only need to make a telephonic notification if there is a hazardous material that causes a loss of life. So it has to be released from the package and cause a loss of life. It has to cause an evacuation, cancellation of a flight plan, evacuation for 1 hour or more, or closure of a major roadway. So county roads, community roads, back roads are not a major roadway, a highway, or something under the purview of DOT. Requires telephonic notifications if caused because of a release of product. So I roll over a bobtail, that bobtail closes I-95, okay, or it's the 20 that we were on earlier today. So I-20 is closed down. Because of the bobtail rollover snagging or snarling traffic, if there's no product release that led to that road closure, that's not a reportable hazmat incident. It's only when product releases that subsequently results in the evacuation or the closure of the roadway. So a rollover in and of itself does not constitute a reportable hazardous materials incident, but it does require the 5,800 report to be submitted because it's damage to the lading system. So the problem within the rules is it's not just a release of product that occurs, it's or damage to the lading system that occurs, which you always have to get your barrel re-inspected when you have a rollover. So every rollover must be reported on the 5,800.
Right. And I think that, there are, unfortunately that happens for us in the state. So we've had those incidents in the last week with some of our marketers. So I've assisted the marketer in that this week, getting some of that reported. I guess the other two questions I have would be just for you guys. How many of you guys, you talked about SMS data and those things. Do you know how to get that data? Do you know where that's located? do you have access to your portal? Because about a year or so ago, the portal, there was a federal motor carrier portal, and all the information is in there. You can access everything from there. It was quite a process to get into it. If you had to do that, it was very challenging, as a matter of fact. But it's got all the data in there, and that's where you'll find this. And as he was speaking, I pulled my own up, and it's very enlightening to utilize that data for your own good, to see where you're at and where you're at with the thresholds, and to be able to improve upon these inspections.
And I want to piggyback with that. Again, every time I go to a carrier's office, and so I ask that, how often do you log into your SMS? Sometimes they're like, no, I never log in or so. And I've had the experience where carriers discovered that some of those inspections did not belong to them. Like, this driver, I don't recognize this driver. Like, which vehicle? This vehicle does not belong to us. It can happen. It could happen that an officer puts a wrong DOT number. So, but this is basically a system where you can track that. You can discover so many information, and also, of course, keep tracking of your scores with us.
If you don't have, if that's in your purview, your job, and you don't know that, reach out to Stephen, one of us. We'll be happy to help you, point you in the right direction. It's very vital that your company has access to that. It's where a lot of things are updated as well. And then the last thing was the clearinghouse. You should be in the clearinghouse. However, if you're not, there is a mechanism to not being caught. But the clearinghouse is a very required entity. Once you get into it, it's easy to operate, but you must be in the clearinghouse. So if you're not, look into that as well. Make sure that you're doing all your drug and alcohol reporting through the clearinghouse, as it's just another layer to the fair motor carrier background check. All right, are there any other questions for Carlos? If not, we will take a break.
Let's think about on the same timeline. 10:40 will be the next brief.
All right, guys, we're gonna just go ahead and move into our next speaker. It is a great privilege to have Eric Kuster with us here, the Vice President of Safety and Education and Compliance for the Propane Education and Research Council. Eric has a very strong and deep background in our industry, and I have a lot of interaction with him in my role. So, with privilege, please welcome Eric Kuster.
Thank you very much, Eric. That's not confusing at all that there are two Erics standing up here. So okay, you're legal. I'm a walk around talker, so I'm gonna try not to stand in front of the podium. I just wanted to give you a little background on myself, so you know where I come from. Started off my career in the late 80s in the fire system. So this is kind of familiar territory to me, and that was, back in the good old days when we used to have Scott 2.8 steel tanks on, and them on-demand regulators, and we sucked smoke, and it just wasn't very healthy. But did that for several years. Got into the propane industry, worked in retail propane for 15 years, all different aspects of the industry. Drove bobtail, did service, managed district, the terminal manager. My last role was director of safety and training for a large multi-state marketer, family owned, but they were large and multi-state. So got that end of it. Went into insurance. Worked for a company called Crum & Forrester. You may have known them back in the old days as Ranger Insurance. My last role there was National Director of Risk Engineering. We insure natural gas, propane, explosives, agricultural chemicals. You ever heard of a place called West Texas? There was a huge ammonium nitrate explosion. We were the primary insurer on that. So been around that. Went to work for NPGA about 8-9 years ago. 5 years ago, I moved over to PERC. So been involved in safety, education, training, all aspects of the industry. And really happy with my role here at PERC, where really what I do is I oversee the team that does all the safety, education, and compliance work. And it's a big job. And what we do is we take you just heard about all the code enforcement, 49 CFR, NFP 58, 54, 59. You take all those really, I would call them not convoluted, probably not the right word, confusing codes and regulations. And we try to put that into a language where our employees, our field employees, our propane professionals can understand and apply those. So let me tell you a little bit about PERC. If you don't know about PERC, we're a checkoff program established, I think, in 2002 by an act of Congress. We can get 5/10 of a cent for every gallon of 5/10 of a penny for every gallon of propane that odorous propane sold in the United States. And what do we do with that money? We work a lot around safety, education. Our mandate is to promote the safe and efficient use of propane throughout the nation. So that's kind of our mission. And these are our strategic pillars. We're guided by a council, 21-member council, made up of marketers, producers, and some public members. And first of all, propane voice of the national energy conversation. Did anyone watch the Olympics? Did you see the propane ad on there? I saw that nifty logo. The torch that was used to run to start the Olympics, that was powered with renewable propane. So that's another thing that we get involved with. So we talk a lot about the environmental aspects of propane, the environmental benefits of propane. We talked about the safe and efficient use of propane. Commercialization of growth, propane market share. We're always looking for new, innovative ways to use propane. One of the ways that we're looking at right now is for power generation. For about EVs, there was a statement made by somebody that the electrification, that whole electrification thing was just coming at us hard. So do you want to be in front of it and get run over, or do you want to help support it? Well, we found a way where we can utilize propane to really support that EV market and increase our market share. So we're looking at that. We're looking at auto gas. We're looking at different ways that we can use propane efficiently, safely, and because of the environmental benefits of propane, we've got a great product that we can promote in a lot of different uses. So world-class safety and education, that's what I'm going to talk about today. That's kind of my umbrella. That's what I look at. We really work hard to make sure that we have well-educated propane professionals. I want to talk about all the ways that we do that. And the last thing that we do is industry adoption with auto gas and growth service network. We work on engine development. We work on training people who can service auto gas engines. We see that, the council sees that as a real growth opportunity for our industry. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, I'm sure you've heard about CTAP. You all know CTAP, I'm sure, Certified Employee Training Program. And we're starting to move away from that program. That program was started in 1987. It remained pretty much the same as unchanged from 1987 on. And we really felt like there needed to be a change. So we took a group of industry professionals like you guys, and we looked at why we train. Well, we train obviously employee safety, consumer safety, but employee efficiency, employee morale, professionalism, and customer expectation. Our customers have a very high expectation of our employees when they go to their sites, as you guys probably all know. You want a competent person there. It's never lost on the fact, for me, that we're providing not only a service, but we're also providing hazardous material into somebody's home, where they live, where they eat, where they cook, where they have their kids or grandparents, or whatever the case may be. So we really have worked hard to do that, and we took a look at this and how can we change this. We had changes in education. I graduated college 40 years ago. I will tell you, the way college is done today is not the same way I took it 40 years ago. So we've got to start to embrace those changes. We've got to understand those changes. We've also got to understand how adults learn, because adults learn differently than kids do. When you teach adults, they want to have a takeaway. They've got to be engaged. They want to know what's in it for me and how's this going to help in my future. We have technology that we leverage. We have online learning. We have virtual reality. Everyone has a smartphone. How many of you access that for training? Couple? iPads? How many of you look up something on YouTube whenever I don't know what to do? I do it. We all do it, right? That's what you got. You go to YouTube, you watch the 5-minute video, and now you're an expert. People digest and consume information differently than they did 10, 15 years ago. And then we talked about expertise. What we really did was when we designed these programs, we used instructional designers. Instructional designers are professional people who specialize in adult education. How do we make this material more engaging? How do we make it the comprehension rate go up? When you sit in a 3-day class, I mean, you're going to sit and listen to me for about an hour and 20 minutes. And after about probably 45 minutes, you're going to be like, okay, this guy needs to shut up. I've heard enough. Get him off the stage. Really what we want these students to be able to come away with the main points and really understand, comprehend, and retain that knowledge. Because when you're out in the field and the crap happens, that's when their training needs to kick in and they need to understand what to do. Because our workforce is not something that's, you're not there over their shoulder all the time, right? Bobtail drivers out there, remember the first time I did it, pull the bleeder valve out, shake the tank, nothing's coming out of the bleeder. Take the bleeder out a little bit more, shake the tank again. I can feel product in there, but there's something wrong with the bleeder. So the bleeder all the way out. Well, that little rubber drum at the end was stuck in the brass, and it went right across the yard. Now, as a new driver, what do? That wasn't in my training manual, but I chewed gum. Guess what? Gum. You can stick it in there, put the bleeder back in, and you can at least fix the problem. Those types of situations, people need to be able to think on their feet out in the field. So what we found is with our current training with the SEPATEC program, it was redundant. We were going over the same thing over and over and over again, which doesn't really help all the time. A lot of these things are too long. So I talked about that. Our plant operations course is a 5-day course. So you put a person who's normally out working with their hands, they're walking around like I am now. You sit them in a chair in a classroom for 5 days. Guess what? They're not retaining that stuff. They're in that chair just itching to get out. So we made those programs shorter. And the other thing that we said, or we realized, was that our programs were not customizable. We basically had a one-size-fits-all approach to training. And it doesn't work. Because a bobtail driver at one company doesn't do the same thing as a bobtail driver at another company. I may have a bobtail driver that never does a leak check. All their job is to deliver gas. But if you took our bobtail operations course, you were going to learn how to do leak checks. And you're going to learn how to do every way of taking a leak check, because there's several methods. So we realized it had to be customizable. The other reason it needed to be customizable, because different states have different requirements, different licensure requirements. You go to New England, Maine, Vermont had different licensure requirements than Texas does, than Iowa does. Iowa requires all in-person training, classroom training. Some states don't. So we realized that we really need to customize it. And then we talked about certified versus qualified. Now, I've been in a lot of depositions, and I've never been asked if my guy is certified, but I have been asked if they're qualified. What qualifies them to do their job? And so I think we've got to get our mind around how do we make sure people are properly qualified. It was too easy to take a course. They have a certificate in the file where everyone's happy, yay. And if the inspectors come in, I've got a piece of paper to show. We need them to be qualified, not just a piece of paper. So came up with a new program. And the gentleman who kind of took my place at NPGA was the chairman of that group when he was working in the industry. He's sitting right there. He's going to talk to you later. So if it's anybody's fault, it's his fault. But no, we really got a good group of people together, came up with this new program. So what are we doing with the PEC program? We call it the PERC education program. It really is job specific. It's more, it's focused, it's customizable, it's modular. You're gonna hear me say that. A module in our new program is a short piece of training. They average about 22 minutes long. We take several of those and put those together into a program. We take several of those programs and put those into a learning path. So it's little pieces that get bigger and bigger and bigger. But you can pull that one little piece out if you need to do that training. It's available online or in person. We are a great advocate of instructor-led training. We have a lot of assets for instructor-led training. You will not hear me say in front of any group of people that hands-on training is not necessary in our industry, because it is. I don't want somebody who's only seen how to do a flare on a computer putting a flare in my house. I want to make sure that they know how to do that so it doesn't leak. And so you can look at, we have a bunch of information on the transition. There's a website up there. We've got FAQs, we've got information, we've got all those things. So we have that website, that's on propane.com, if you need to see that. I talked about these already, but really we do have that. You can do that training whenever you need to do it. Now, SEPATEC does a lot of classroom training. They schedule those things pretty regularly. But if you're in a place where you need somebody to be trained right now, you can do that on the computer. And you can back that up with that hands-on training. We have higher course completion rates. We have better retention. And again, the customization. We have instructor-led materials. We have PowerPoints. We have instructor notes. We have student workbooks. We have all of those things to put together to make your own classroom. The one big change is we're not printing those old books. Like CTEP used to have a 1.0, you could print the basic book off. These are all print ready versions. Because it's customizable, you can make your own book. But we're not having those in the warehouse anymore. And we have the end of module quizzes in a PDF format or online for learning center. So what else did we do? PERC became ISET accredited. What's ISET? International Association for Continuing Education and Training. It's an organization that got together, put together a standard with ANSI, which is the American National Standards Institute, to qualify people to give out CEUs. This means that our materials are built to an accredited standard. All of our materials are reviewed. All of our materials have to meet that standard. All of our testing has to meet the standard. If you want to give out CEUs for instructor-led training, you have to be a recognized instructor. So really what we're doing is we're raising the level of professionalism in our training program. And really what we also saw was a lot of states that had licensure requirements were going to go towards a CEU model to retain their licensure. How many of you have some kind of credential that you have to have a CEU for? I bet you the back row does. All of you do, right? Okay. See, and we won't worry about the requests. They're different. But we do have a lot of states that are starting to go towards CEUs. And for you all in the back row, if you need additional training and your state recognizes I have said, you can use this for your CEUs for some training. Pretty cool. I'm not talking about specific emergency response training that we have that has pro board certification. So we'll talk about that. But any questions on that? But the one thing I want to make perfectly clear, anyone can use our materials. You don't have to be a recognized instructor. If you take the online courses, you automatically get the CEUs because those are controlled learning environments. So we're sunsetting CTEC. And I know we've been out communicating. One reason why we've been to a lot of states talking about this. The books go away. Basic bobtail cylinder delivery will go away on December 31st. So starting at the beginning of the year, all the materials those books will be under PEP. We will, as we start to release the rest of those books, we will keep the old materials available for another 12 months. So we're giving everybody a transition period. We're trying to make this as painless as possible. The transcript is the official record. You used to get a CTEP certification. Now you have a transcript. It will show everything that somebody's taken, the date they took it, how long it's been on it. So that's a much more definitive record of training. And again, we have the page if you have questions. So just to give you a little bit of a kind of comparison, old program, we had the training programs, now we have learning paths and modules. Under the old program, we had refresher training, or we had the remaining current program. We have refresher training for all of the different learning paths. As far as the knowledge assessments, those equal certification exam, those are embedded within the programs. We have an on-the-job instruction sheets for every module. So you do a module, and let's say it's on how to fill opt-in. There's going to be an on-the-job training sheet that can be filled out that person has the competency and the functional capability to do that job correctly. We have the transcripts, and we have a method to qualify instructors. And as part of that, there's a continuing education component to that. Folks, we are in a new age of instruction. The standards have been raised. I was at a Propane Marketers Association meeting 2 weeks ago, I think. And one of the things that was brought out there is that when situations go to litigation, just meeting the minimum standard does not make it anymore. Juries are not expecting that. So as marketers, the expectation is that people are going above and beyond the minimum standard. NPGA 58 is a minimum safety standard. So I had a predecessor of mine who used to call it NPGA 58 the gold standard. It is a minimum safety standard, which means when I was in insurance, I was doing audits. If you came up to me and said, "Oh, okay, I meet the 58 standard," my response was going to be, "Great, you just handed me a report card that said you passed. You got all D minuses. Were you happy with that?" Juries aren't happy with that. Insurance companies aren't happy with that. And our customers aren't happy with that either. I know that that's not happy news, but it is what it is. So here's our CTEC modularization project. You can see kind of yes, sir.
Do you want me to wait till the end to ask the question?
No, go ahead, fire away. Sure.
All right, so point number 3, knowledge assessments, and each one will equal a CTEC certification exam.
Mm-hmm.
That's wonderful. I agree with it. My question to you is, have you reached out to the folks who oversee compliance in this, like insurance companies? I know I have several dealers that I work with who the insurance carrier wants to see a CTEC certification. That's all they want to see.
And that's because that's all we ever had.
Right, so have we reached out to them?
Yes.
saying, hey, this is the changes, here's what it looks like now, here's the industry standard moving forward.
I have reached out to the 4 or 5 major insurance carriers that we have in the industry right now.
Have they been receptive to that?
Yeah. And they actually like it because they can actually see what the training was. It's detailed. It's not just one certificate that says, yeah, you're a bobtail driver. I can see, okay, you were trained on how to fill a bobtail, how to park it, how to, make a delivery, how to do all those things.
I want to make sure that a year from now, when CTEP and let me go to CTEP, when CTEP certificates are no longer allowed to be acquired, and we don't run into the issue of now those that literally allow us to do business because we can't do it without insurance, aren't saying that the training that you're doing is no.
The interesting thing is we've had transcripts since 2000. And that's how anybody who doesn't get a certification that's how their documentation has been for 5 years. And we haven't had any feedback from insurance companies on that. It's only states that have licensure. You're not allowed to ask questions.
So in furtherance of answering your question, the 2 largest underwriters were part of the team that developed this program.
Who was that?
Crum Forster and
Aegis. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, the insurance market right now is getting tight.
Yes, it is.
It's very tight. So,
Which is another reason why I asked the question, because we're running out of folks we can go to do, conduct business with. If that list is getting smaller and smaller every year.
yeah, and I'm happy to, if you come across an insurance underwriter or even an agent that doesn't understand it or they've got concerns, I'm happy to talk them through it, but
Careful.
no,
I do that. Why turn it to a part-time job?
yeah, no. I have to, but it's important that people understand that.
Thank you.
But and the other thing the point I always make is, when you look at educational institutes, everything's done with a transcript. I mean, college, high school, they all have transcripts. It's a known quantity for most people to understand how a transcript is and how it works. Any other questions on that? Okay. So this is our modularization project. You can see 2024, we're done with 41424, the vaporizers. We never had that training before. We never had training on vaporizers before. So, and those buggers have a nasty habit of catching on fire. I don't know if you noticed that, but so we're happy about that. We're working on the plant operations, the rail car. Probably done early in 2025, and then we have the rest of the CTEP programs. But CTEP isn't the only thing that we're doing. Talk a little bit about becoming a PEC recognized instructor. How we're doing that right now is we have some in-person meetings that we're doing across the country. We're also developing, we'll have developed here in the next, I would say 30 days, an online option for that. So if anybody wants to become a PEC recognized instructor, they can certainly do that. This is what our learning path looks like. I've talked about learning paths. I thought maybe it'd be nice to put it up there. You can see it has all the job functions that was basically in the old CTEP program. But those are, when you see the ones in blue there, those are what we recommend is required. The ones in green up on top, I don't know, but restoring service, testing gas appliances, measuring pressure, lighting appliances, those are what we call electives. Those are not absolutely critical to driving a bobtail to deliver gas. You can add those on if you want, for sure. A lot of people are. But that's one example. But we have a learning path for bobtail. We have a learning path for cylinder delivery. There's a bunch of learning paths in there. So really, that's what you need to be aware of. And where does it all start? It all starts in the Learning Center. If you have in the Learning Center, it's our learning management system. It's the Absorb platform. It is free for y'all to use. All you gotta do is get a log on, answer like 1 or 2 basic questions. and away you go. We even let the enforcement people go on there and train if they so desire. So you're all in the back row, if you want to get on there, we'll do it for you for free. We have a lot of materials on there, transcripts are in there, there's resources in there. Dispensing propane safely program is in there. We talked about dispensers earlier today. If your dispenser operators want to log on to this system and take dispenser training, they can do that. And they'll have a transcript and the permanent records that they've taken that training, all within that learning center. So that's an option that's available to y'all. I just talked about that. So some of the features, obviously we have all the educational programs and transcripts. It tracks the progress. If you're an administrator, you can set anybody up as an administrator for your company. You can assign training to people, to your employees. You can track their completion. So you can even get an email reminder. So if you assigned me a program to take, and you said, Eric needs to have this completed in 4 weeks, and I can send an email reminder out to the administrator sent an email reminder out to me saying, hey, Eric, it's been 2 weeks, you haven't started this thing yet. Hey, Eric, it's been 3 weeks, you haven't started this thing yet. So it can help you manage that process so that things don't fall through the cracks. How many times have we done a safety meeting or a training and somebody's out sick, right? So they missed the training. So then what happens? You forget that they missed the training. Somebody comes in to do an inspection, they look at your training records, and then guess what? They find that one record that you missed. You can help track all of those things with this. We have a mobile app. So if your technician is out in the field and they need to know, they need to be refreshed on how to do a liquid transfer, they can actually use their iPhone and get on there with the app. They can review what the steps are for doing a liquid transfer operation. So we're trying to build a lot of this technology in now. The other thing that we can start to do is send alerts out on the app. So let's say that there's something specific that they need to know. We can send out a regionalized or localized message. So in the case of a hurricane, hey guys, everyone remember, if the regulators are submerged in water, you probably want to replace it. So those things can all be done. Some of our metrics, so you know, we've got over 64,000 unique users in the system right now. We've got over 4,700 companies. We've done over 121,000 hours of training, and that's just in the learning center. That's not instructor-led, and that's not for companies that use our materials. And if you're in a company and you have your own learning management system and you want to run our programs, we can set you up where you can download our materials. You can use them on your learning management system. When you think about PERC right now, I want you to kind of think about PERC as we're building this library of materials for you all to use. Kind of like J.J. Keller, only free. Okay? So, a couple of the programs I want to talk about. We're talking about technology, virtual reality training. Virtual reality training in and of itself is not a training methodology. It's a reinforcement tool. So what we've started to do, because it's immersive, and have any of you had VR headphones on at all? I don't want to cover people on. It's really neat stuff. I mean, it really puts you right in that spot. And what we can do, what we've done is we've built a program on lighted pilots. And what we actually do is, person holds the button down. They hold the button down too long. They let too much gas into the combustion chamber. They get a flash out, and it gets the sound, the sight, and everything else. But we don't put them in a dangerous situation because they're in a VR environment. It can be tracked. We demonstrated it at the Southeast, we demonstrated it at the Western. We got a lot of great feedback from us. Again, it's not the end all, but it's reinforcement. So that is just being released now. We're doing another VR program on how to fill cylinders. So, I mean, think about it, and, you know, I'm thinking about not, you know, a guy like me who graduated college 40 years ago, but how do we train the new people that are coming into our industry, the 20-year-olds? I mean, if you've ever seen a classroom or, you know, play a game or watch them play games, they will have VR headsets. This is how they're going to learn moving forward. So we've got to be involved in that. Propane emergencies. We have developed a updated propane emergencies course. We worked with the International Association of Fire Chiefs on the development of this course. We have an ongoing relationship with them. We've got a funding request in for another 2 years of work with them to help update this new course some more and to do some additional outreach. This is basically, it's 5 hours of web-based training. There's 8 hours of instructional hands-on. And what this will do is it will become a new propane specialist certificate program. The I Chiefs are in the final stages of getting the pro board approval to have these courses, pro boards upgrade, which is you guys know, right? Pro board. It's a fire service certification. But our industry can take this too. And if you think about this, if our, you know, the folks that we have working for us start to take these programs when they show up at a fire scene because they're called, because there's a propane involved, that they can be of assistance to the fire service and everyone's speaking the same language and they know that each other have been trained. So, you know, it is for mission specific responders. It does go through awareness and operations. So it's a pretty interesting course. Chris, you want any comments on the course at all? Your help to put that together?
No, I think that it takes a lot of the erroneous information out for an emergency responder and gives them the tools that they need to be successful in a propane emergency situation. And it also teaches industry and the fire service how to be bilingual and be able to communicate more effectively with one another. So I think it's a huge win for both sides in making sure that there's a sound process.
The other thing that we came up with was we had 2 pretty significant propane incidents that involved first responders. First one was, I think, 4 years ago in Farmington, Maine, where we had a firefighter killed and several others injured when they entered a structure. And we had another one just at the beginning of this year in Sterling, Virginia, where we had another house explosion where we had a firefighter killed and several firefighters injured. We came up working with the International Association of Fire Chiefs with a leak and odor response guide for the fire service. We also updated ours. What I can tell you guys is that when responding to these types of incidents, if you don't have proper air monitoring in place, your people haven't been trained correctly how to do air monitoring, bad things happen. And this is what this is designed to address. We found that in both the fire service and in our industry, there's a lack of knowledge and training around the use of CGIs, around the use of air monitoring correctly. And so this is designed to help with that. You know, it's really critical if you're going to send somebody into an environment where you suspect that there's gas, that's leaking gas, that they understand the environment that they're going into or shouldn't be going into. And that goes as much for fire services as it does for our industry. How many times do you send somebody to a legal or an overcall? You send your service tech out, right? And what did they do? How did they respond? How do they make sure that everyone's out of the house and they're safe? Who do they call if they need help? They need to understand all of those things. But the most critical thing is always to evaluate the structure. And that's what we push here. So our fire safety analysis is another good program. Fire safety analysis, it's required on any bulk facility over 4,000 gallons of water capacity. We had any of you that filled out fire safety analysis in here? What was that fun or what? Horrible. It was on an old PDF and you had to call people and all that, what a pain. So what we did was we worked with Data Risk and we put together something called TurboTax for fire safety analysis. It basically takes you through the fire safety analysis step by step by step. It gives you locations, all those things. I'm going to go through a little bit. But one of the big things that changed here was instead of using the old TNT model, we're using what's called the VCE or River Cloud Explosion model, which gives much more accurate distance requirements when it comes to propane incidents. So really, you can do a site schematic there. You can kind of lay out what your site looks like or where you want to put your tanks. Skip this one, but as you can see, there's concentric circles there. That's the proprietary program that Beta Risk uses to figure out what the impact areas are. So really, it gives you those impact areas. You have structures involved. You have commercial establishments involved. Everything else. So this is a program newly launched. I think 4 or 5 months ago. We've been testing it. We've probably got a couple of upgrades that we should make to it. But if you are not, aware of it, you haven't used it before, you can certainly go in there. That's where you can find it at propane.com/FSA. And it goes through again all the required, the contact information, site information, the schematic, the containers. You can put 30s in there, 60s, whatever you need. Transfer piping, provisions, and hazards, protections, all those things that you need. Questions on the fire safety analysis? It was a big project to get done. I really hope everyone takes advantage of that because it is a critical piece. The other thing that we're working on right now is we're updating our consumer safety materials. I don't know about you all, but every time I've been in court, one of the first questions we always get asked when there's a propane incident is, what kind of consumer warnings were your customers given? And PERC has a number of consumer safety materials. We have the residential booklet, we have a residential pamphlet, we have a small cylinder, we have a commercial piece. And we really realized that we need to update those. So we got in touch with a contractor called Applied Safety and Ergonomics, I believe is their name. There's an updated CU 535 standard for consumer safety materials. Contractors actually chair a couple of committees on the CU 535. So we've got some very knowledgeable people in there. One of the things that we're really looking at is how to leverage electronic delivery of these materials. Because up until now, the scratch and sniffs have always been incorporated into those materials, and we've never really released the verbiage because the scratch and sniff is so integral. And what we did was focus group testing to see what people knew, what they didn't know, and can we deliver this stuff electronically. Obviously, we can't at this time deliver an odor electronically, but we certainly can deliver those consumer safety messages electronically. No, not yet. Got a few more things to say about this. The consumer safety materials, the other thing that we are looking at is having a small scratch and sniff that you can send out to bolster the online versions. We're not going to take the old style way. We'll have the books and the pamphlets and everything still available. But this is just another way to reach your customer. And, you know, if anybody ever talks to you about consumer safety warnings, they'll tell you the more redundant you are, the better. You know, are you doing mailings? Are you emailing? Are you making this stuff available on your website so people can see it? All of those methods are good. Some people put them on the back of the delivery tickets or service work orders. Any way you can get that message to that consumer so that they don't have an incident is going to be very helpful. So all of those are being updated. Those are going to be released after the first of the year. And we're pretty happy about that. Any questions on that? Yes, sir.
You know about anything with the P3 program?
I know of the P3 program.
That's something like they adopted, and it kind of correlates with some of this, especially like pressure testing and everything. Is that going to be something that's kind of wrapped up in that as well?
Well, they use a lot of the material. I mean, like P3, when they do their manuals, they use other materials. So, you know, how they want to do that, that's totally up to them. But again, however they want to use this, again, our materials all they're there for everyone's use. So we're really trying to make that available to them. I know they're aware of these changes, and if they want to incorporate those things, they certainly can do that. But they're a private contractor, so you know how they want to use it. That's solely for them. That answer your question?
It is.
Okay. Okay, so what else do we have going on? Mobile food facilities. There's a new chapter 16 in NPGA 58. Everyone's aware of that? On mobile food facilities? Chris, are you going to cover that later? Yeah, we're not going to go into detail on that. But what we are doing is there's certain provisions in that chapter 16 that require an annual leak check, that require training of the operator of the food truck, and then you have to have documentation there. There's also a sticker placard that needs to go in the mobile food facility about propane use. We're building programs for the mobile food facility operator, for marketers, and for fillers to comply with these new sections of code. Chris will obviously cover that. He's probably got a pretty strong opinion on that. Again, our job is when there's a new regulation, code, or whatever, to build the program in a way that the industry can be compliant with that. Now, we're not sure how that's going to be enforced, that code, that chapter. We're not sure who the enforcement agency is going to be for looking at some of those things. So again, there's a lot of gray area when it comes to this new mobile food facility program. But we're going to build what we can. We're going to put it out there so that you all have something to work with if you so choose to be involved in it. The other thing that we're building is a manager training program that's based on our comprehensive compliance manual. If you haven't been in the Learning Center, there's a section in there, it's called resources. And if you go into resources, there's a whole lot of information in there. There's instructor books. There's also a comprehensive compliance handbook. It goes through every piece of compliance that you need to know. OSHA, FMCSA, DOT, FRA, Federal Rail Administration, if you do rail, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it has links, tells you how to comply and what you need to do to comply with that. We're building a manager's training on expanding that because what we found a lot of times we're bringing new managers in to manage districts and they don't really understand what the requirements are on the manager from a compliance and regulatory standpoint. There's a lot of them, as you all know. So we're trying to build this comprehensive program in order to cover and help train those people. So I'm getting ready to land the plane here, but I did want to go through just a couple other things. Workforce and outreach initiatives. We always are looking at ways to improve methods to bring new professionals into our industry. And it's a challenge right now. The job market's been tight. A lot of people don't want to get out and work in the great sunshine, work in a great industry. They want to sit in front of a keyboard. But we do have some workforce programs out there. We've got our propane motor gas vehicle inspection program that is for the training service technicians. That's available in the learning center. We have our HVAC plumber technical training program. That's been adopted by, I think, 50 technical schools across the country where they're teaching HVAC plumbers in trade tech schools how to work with propane. The one thing we found, most of the curriculums in tech and trade schools didn't have propane in them. They had natural gas, they had electric, they did refrigeration, no propane. So if you have a technician, you're a consumer, you have a technician come into your house and say, my gas hot water here just tore up. Well, if I'm the technician and I don't know anything about propane, am I going to recommend replacing the propane hot water heater? Right, I'm going to go with what I know. So our aim here is to start to get more people familiar with propane, the benefits of it, and get them to be able to recommend our product, which is a great product. We have our entry-level driver training program, which you all know about these requirements. You gotta run somebody through entry-level driver training. If you go on to get CDL, work in conjunction with NPGA. They have the ACE program there. And that's a great program that administers all that for you and gets you through that. But you can also use these materials yourself if you so wish to do so. There's a nationally recognized apprenticeship program that we have. It's registered through the Department of Labor. Again, this is another joint venture with PERC and NPGA. NPGA administers that apprenticeship program. PERC has the training materials for that apprenticeship program. You can send somebody through that apprenticeship program. There's an apprentice for bobtail driver, utility driver, service technician, and transport driver. And if they go through that apprenticeship program, they get a certificate from the Department of Labor that they've gone through all the requirements, and that's a nationally recognized credential. We have the trade school programs. We have our career pages. If somebody may be interested in the propane industry, we have this page that gives testimonials from CSRs, bobtail drivers, transport drivers, and service technicians on what a day is like working in the propane industry. It's a great thing if you have somebody who might be interested, or if you want to go to a trade, to a job fair or something like that, you can use these resources. And of course, we have a workforce outreach guide, and that's in the resource catalog. So I just did a huge data dump. There's a ton of information that we're doing that program. How do we keep up on all that? Are any of you signed up for either Training Tuesdays or Safety Matters? Okay. You don't care. Dave. If you want to keep up to date on what we're doing, I would recommend you sign up for either or both of these newsletters. They come out once a month. They highlight what's new, what's come out, what's happening at PERC with regard to safety and training. If that's something you're interested in, it's a quick read. We do about 4 main bullet points every month. Boom, boom, boom. At least you know what's going on in the industry. Questions?
So you mentioned going from CTEP to PEP.
Mm-hmm.
Previous employees have taken, filling propane safely, plant operations, bobtail, so on. So is PEP going to be in addition to that, or is PEP going to replace that after we take these?
They won't have to replace any of those. Anything that somebody's taken, it's in their permanent transcript. It's in their record. We're not taking anything away. We're adding. So going forward, if you want somebody to take those trainings, they would be under the PEP program instead of the old CTEP program. So we're not taking anything away.
Once the 3 years expires from the CTEP, they would take it.
Yeah, they were taking under that, the refresher training. Yeah, that's correct. So that's my email. That's my cell phone. Everyone in the industry has my cell phone, and believe me, they're not afraid to use it. So don't be. If you want to give me a call, give me a call. I'll help you out. If I don't know the answer, I probably know somebody who does know the answer. And if I can't find that, then I can call Chris Wagner. Then he takes care of it. I can get picked on Chris because we work together a lot. Any other questions? I just want to end this with one little tidbit. We talk about safety, we talk about incident reduction, we talk about how do we keep our employees safe and our customers safe. And sometimes we lose that in the metrics of what we're doing, day-to-day operations. Right now, we're starting to look at some metrics. We're trying to look at incidents and accidents, and we're trying to do some trend analysis. And I will tell you that, from a trend standpoint, we could improve some things as far as incidents and accidents. And a lot of people are struggling with workers' comp right now. We have employee injuries. We have an employee injury reduction program in the Learning Center. If that's something that you're interested in. At the end of the day, our jobs have always got to be about safety, customer safety, going back to the beginning of this, our employee safety, and the general public safety. And I'll even add, for the prevention and that, those people who show up when we have an oh crap moment, we got to think about them as well. And that's what we're trying to do, and we just really hope you avail yourself to all this stuff. That's all I got, folks. Thank you. Never gonna get trouble.
Would never do this. Never. Yeah, thank you, Eric, for that. Propane.com. So propane.com is the website for to all the time. It is an incredibly vast amount of information on it. It's changing routinely. How often is it changing to the good? It's always staying on top of what's going on.
Yeah, that's updated. Different sections of it are updated regularly. I mean, we've got social media posts that get updated, almost all the time. Right now in just the Learning Center, we're adding programs probably every month or 2 months. There's a slew of programs going in there. And it can be daunting. I mean, if I'm a marketer and I go on propane.com or I go on the Learning Center, there's just so much information there that it really can be very daunting. But if you need help, especially in the Learning Center, we have a help desk there. They're from 8 to 5, 5 days a week. If the number's in there, you can send us an email. We have a chat feature at propane.com. If you want to chat with us, we can do that. And if you need specific information, certainly send us a note, and we'll help you find whatever you need.
Yeah, and of course, not only for us, but for your customers. You can point them. PERC does a really good job of giving materials out that you can utilize on your social media, website, all of those things. So it's very, very helpful to do that.
There's consumer safety messaging too for your customers. If they sign on, if they just log on to propane.com, there's a video on how to turn your tank off. There's a video there that tells you how to read your tank gauge. I mean, how many times does that, come back to bite you? Customer says, "Oh, I read my tank gauge and I'm out of gas." You get there and they're on 70%. So there's different consumer safety and consumer information snippets in there that you can leverage. You can put them on your website if you want to do that, and we can help you with that as well.
Yeah, PERC is willing to, the team is willing to help us with anything of that nature. Also, the Learning Center said if you're not in the Learning Center. You're not familiar with that. It's probably one of, I mean, it is far the strongest tools we have now for employee training, tracking. You know, employee leaves one company, goes to another, their training records, as far as the PERC training records, are, as long as they were good at that point, that training record is available. It can be moved. We do that quite often. Something else that the Learning Center team will do for you is if you have training that you conduct outside of what PERC offers, they will work with you in creating and getting that training. One, they'll get your information in there for your transcripts, but two, they can actually embed that training. So if you're utilizing JJ Keller or some other training platform, you can actually embed that. So all of your training that you do is housed in that Learning Center. The Learning Center's elements are very, very popular in the industry nowadays because everything's going to computer-based training platforms. We use it in our company. We're not 100% perfect with it, but it is a great tool. When you get all of these new trainings, these new paths that Eric referred to earlier, there's a path and there's a bill for everyone. We hired a CSR this week. We'll put them through a CSR training path. That CSR will also fill cylinders. They'll go through a dispensing propane safety training. And it's just right there. It's just perfect. We've got OJT worksheets that go with the field training things. Very, very resourceful. A massive amount of time spent into it. And it's constantly being updated. So that's where the value's there. You don't have to invent the wheel. You don't have to make it up yourself. Then, I think we mentioned this here, we talked about it, and it hasn't been updated in a while, but we talk about safety meetings. You refer to a safety meeting and things like that. Do you know that PERC has a bank of ready to go documentation, safety minutes? You notice they have a monthly safety. Eric and Lyndon Vickers, our director of safety for PERC, is constantly on there doing a monthly safety minutes, 2-minute video every month they do that you can utilize in your safety meeting programs. And the safety presentations are out there. 1-page documents, ready to go PowerPoint presentations on subjects that are affected to what we do. The resources are there, utilize them. We use it in our company. We don't use it for every single safety meeting, but we use them when they apply to what we're talking about. So it's a great tool. It's out there for us to use.
Yeah, and we're not prescriptive on how you need to use it. It's there for you to use it as you see fit. I'm glad you mentioned the CSR running path. I'll plug that because that is one of the areas that I always have seen. Probably we're not as robust as we need to be in our training. That program is specifically designed for CSRs on how to handle emergency calls, on how to handle different consumer calls that are going to come in, gas leak odor calls. And as Eric mentioned, if you wanted to embed your own out of gas policy in there, you can do that. So it's highly customizable. But I always think of the CSR as probably the most important person that you're going to have in that office when a bad call comes in, because they are the first line. And they're going to be the one that determines how that call is handled, how it's dispatched, how it's tracked. So I think that training is really critical for them.
Any further questions for Eric?
All right. Well, I appreciate y'all having me down here the second time. So
We'll bring you back. Get back started. On our next presenter. This is Chris Wagner. This is with NPGA. He'll give you a little bit of background, but I've had, just like Eric Kuster, I've had a lot of opportunity here in the past year to work with Chris. I have heard him speak. Just did a couple of the PERC advisory meetings that I'm able to be a part of. And what I wanted for you guys is I wanted you to hear what he has to say. He has a wealth of knowledge and experience, and so I'm going to hand it over to him.
So really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all today.
and just talk a little bit about the codes and standards, some of the headwinds that we're facing as an industry, some of the things that we can hopefully do to remove some of those barriers and headwinds, and then also figure out how we're going to work through and navigate these complicated waters as it relates to codes and standards. A little bit about my background. After college, I joined the United States Coast Guard, was a federal law enforcement officer for several years, had an opportunity to move into the fire service. Was a career firefighter, ultimately became a assistant chief of a small but extremely busy city department. Then worked my way into code enforcement. Was a fire code official for the southern half of the state of New Jersey for multiple years. Heavily engaged in codes and standards. Also started a county hazmat team as the assistant chief and became the chief of hazmat. And then had an opportunity to move to a bigger city, the city of Wilmington, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, lead their hazmat programs, and then went private sector into chemical emergency response and responded to chemical disasters globally. And after basically being away for 14 straight years with not really seeing home other than a month and a half, I decided I need to figure out a way to get back home, spend a little bit more time with my kids, and you know, reflect on what I want to do when I grow up. So I joined the propane industry and spent 14 years with AmeriGas Propane, leading their safety program, and then subsequently joining their legal department and managing compliance and regulatory affairs for AmeriGas Propane, which is where I got the opportunity in May of this year to join the National Propane Gas Association to lead their code standards and safety team there. And for those of you that don't know, that know Bruce Wyzicki, so Bruce Wyzicki has announced his retirement. He'll be retiring at the end of February of 2025, and then his group will then fall underneath me, and we'll continue to lead that charge. So from an NPGA perspective, we are obviously heavily engaged and we are, for all intents and purposes, the tip of the spear for the propane industry when it comes to codes and regulations. And it's really about trying to make sure that codes and regulations make sense. So we agree that being a regulated industry is a good thing, as long as the regulations are achievable and as long as there's a process that we can follow to get to where we need to go. When a code or standard is created that does not allow us to achieve that desired result, then we push back. And that's really where my group is responsible from a codes and standards perspective of being that entity to push back. Not be satisfied with the status quo of codes and standards and not be satisfied with what is being imposed on us as an industry. And making sure that we're continuing to try to improve safety within the industry and improve the ability to be compliant. So we sit on 32 different codes and standards groups where we're actually part of writing those standards and codes. And you would think, Jesus, I only know two that really impact my industry, but there's a lot more. And there's more that continue to crop up. So even when we think we have everything under control, we learn about 2 or 3 more that are talking about adding something about propane directly in conflict with something else. And then we've got yet another battle to fight. So I'm willing to talk to you all about any of that stuff. But the crux of this presentation is really going to focus on the codes and standards that are most impactful to us as an industry, and some of the more recent changes that have occurred, and really what we need to do as an industry to continue to move things forward. So we'll start with NFPA 58. Everybody's familiar with NFPA 58. For those of us that have been in the industry long enough, we remember what this was called a pamphlet. Now it's a novel. Okay, so it's got substantially more. And anytime that new technology comes up, anytime that new opportunities are presented to us, it gives us the opportunity to write something new into this book. And I'm kind of the mindset that if you put one thing in, you should take two things out. So how do we simplify things and make things better? Because if we continue to write this, eventually it'll be War and Peace, and none of us will read it, and then it'll be unachievable. And we want to be able to achieve what's within this code standard. So when you look at some positives or negatives or yet to be determined, there's a lot of new activity that's recently gone into NFPA 58. A lot of these were actually proposed by NPGA through the Technical Standards and Safety Committee, and we were able to affect change within the codes and standards. Out of all of these, I'm going to spend a little bit more time on food trucks because we've got the ear of the code enforcement folks in the room. So this is going to be a public service message to them. It is also a word of caution to everybody in this room that decides that they want to service food trucks and how you're going to be handling food trucks, what you're looking at, because this is now a code of record where one did not exist before. And I consider this to be an extreme risk for the propane marketers and suppliers that are in this thing. So the addition of this chapter is not a good guide for any of us that want to sell propane. From a emergency shutdown requirement, there was a mass consolidation that occurred. So for those that would read through and spend their weekends, perusing from cover to cover, NFPA 58, highly recommended. It's a great read, especially if you start all the way through it, don't stop until you're done. I was thinking about actually coming up here at the beginning of this presentation and just reading the book. Because I know the dates on it, right? I think you all enjoy that. Great. I love it. The good news is we'll be out of here about 10:30. Now, when you put the codes guide right after lunch, after we just feed you sandwiches, what better thing to let you do than to read cover to cover? So this was a mass consolidation of things because the problem is that every time you write something new in the code, they would say, oh, we should have an emergency shutdown requirement to go with that. So now you have to look somewhere else within the book to see another emergency shutdown requirement that was not consistent with the other emergency shutdown. So we had requirements that said you had to be no more than 4 feet away, no more than 25 feet away, no more than 20 feet away. And depending on where you went in the book, it was a different distance that told you. But it was always the opposite of no more, not less than, but no more than 100 feet. So why couldn't we just consolidate that into a single rule so that we can be successful and not have to base everything on the interpretation of somebody that's coming in and saying, well, no, this applies to that, not here. So we're able to consolidate that. Removal of the excess flow requirements in the NFPA, the latest edition of NFPA 58. So excess flows were initially required within the codes and standards when there wasn't any other means of protecting from a mass loss of product from a container. We've got way better stuff than that now. Way better technology that's out there. And dependence on excess flows is really problematic. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about some monthly testing requirements that were added, self-service vehicle refueling, reinforced thermoplastic pipe, which I consider to be a big win for us as well as mobile fuel tanks. So looking at the big picture, and as I said, I'm going to spend a little bit more time on food trucks because this is problematic. But the history of food trucks in codes all started when food trucks were put on the map back in 2014. So July 2nd, 2014, there was a massive explosion that occurred in Center City, Philadelphia. This was at the rear of the food truck. The catastrophic failure of a pressure vessel, 100-ton cylinder on the back of the truck, led to a massive liquid release. There was a car that was driving past the food truck at the same time that the liquid dumped out of the container. All of it was caught on video. The car ignited the fuel. The fuel was a large vapor cloud at that point. The vapor cloud produced a vapor cloud explosion. and killed 2 and injured 11 individuals that were nearby. This had nothing to do with the fact that it was a food truck. This had nothing to do with the construction, design, or configuration of the food truck. This incident, other than being a tank on the back of a food truck, had nothing to do with food trucks at all. So the development of a code or standard based on this incident, there was no basis for that. But everybody felt like they needed to do something, so a whole bunch of people started doing stuff all at once. And that stuff initiated rules in 2017 initially in NFPA 96, which is the food producing standard in NFPA. And they started writing in certain requirements that were within there. Very quickly after, they started to write things in NFPA 1, which was the fire code for NFPA, and started putting stuff in there. So NFPA 58 felt like it needed to follow suit and needed to do something as well. So in early 2020, NFPA 58 and NFPA 96 initiated task forces to develop language that would guide the future of food trucks. The only bad part about this is no food truck manufacturer or food truck association was willing to participate in the writing of the code standard. So we've got a whole bunch of restaurateurs and we have a whole bunch of propane people in codes and standards that are writing rules that the manufacturers are not necessarily adopting or recognizing as a standard of record for them. So in April of 2020, as an employee of AmeriGas Propane, I petitioned NFPA 58 to not move forward with the task force, and I also lobbied the Standards Council to create an independent standard separate from anything that is part of an existing code, similar to the recreational vehicle standard, which is NFPA 1192, as a means to an end to make sure that we could get a better engagement from the food truck manufacturers. So they actually build a food truck that was compliant, as opposed to us regulating food trucks that have already been built into compliance. Once again, nobody from the manufacturing side agreed to participate in this. Based on that lack of participation, there were 12 people that signed up to be part of the technical committee. Based on the lack of participation from actual industry representatives that construct and design food trucks, they decided to walk away from that and move forward with the task forces. And now we are where we are. We've got a code that's unachievable in NFPA 96 because they mandate specifically that all appliances that are used for cooking in a food truck must be rated to mobile use, mobile cooking use, which doesn't exist. There's no standard that exists with that. And then certain regulations that are specific to the propane systems within these units that are also equally problematic for us in the propane industry. Some of the key areas that I want to call into, and I'm not going to go through all of the code standard and rules that are within here, but containers, the quantity limitations that now exist that were not previously applied. There are location and labeling requirements. There are venting and access requirements that are built within that. There are specific piping requirements. What are the materials of construction that are allowed for the actual piping of the units? Where can that material be located? What's the flexibility sizing? The general protection of that piping? How often does it need to be tested? Appliance requirements. So all appliances need to be mobile rated, which means the only hot water heaters that can be used in here are hot water heaters that are sold for the purpose of being installed in a recreational vehicle, because that's the only mobile device today that is allowed to, or the only mobile hot water heaters that are placed in these units have to be mobile rated. So once again, only those that are certified to 1192 standard within NFPA are permissible within a food truck from a heating standpoint. If I'm going to have comfort controls within the unit itself. Additional training requirements and then operational testing requirements. So the big question and the big debate with all this stuff is this retroactive? And this is a debate that we have constantly as to whether this is retroactive. And if you look at the way that the codes and standards are written, it would only apply to things moving forward. So anything designed or constructed after the date of adoption of this. But it doesn't work that way when nothing existed previously. When there was no previous standard that existed to regulate this specific design and construction, then the code of record becomes the code of record. Meaning that everything in here is, for all intents and purposes, potentially retroactive. Now, when I say potentially retroactive, what does that mean? So I said that for the last, I didn't say for how long, but for the last 5 years of my employment with America's Propane, I worked for our legal department, and I had a wonderful opportunity with the legal department to be deposed often. Okay. I don't know how often because I don't count. Because if I count, then I have to tell somebody that I counted and I have to admit to it. But I had opportunities to testify both in depositions as well as in courts of law across the country. And through that, the one question that will come up was, did you know that NFPA 58 has a chapter on food trucks? Yes. Did you educate the consumer that this could be out of compliance? No. Why not? Well, it wasn't a code of record when they built that food truck, so it would not be relevant. So you knew there was a safer way to do it. You knew somebody recognized a safer way to do it, and you did nothing. That's called punitive damage. So now instead of us talking about $1 million lawsuit, we're talking about $20 million, or the more magnificent $147 million that was the loss in Philadelphia. So those are called nuclear verdicts, okay? And they're real. And it's the type of thing that causes insurance companies to say, do we really want to be involved with the propane industry? Which is something that we don't want them to ever have. We don't want them to have those gaps. We want them to continue to insure us because we're a safe product, we're a great product, we're an economical product, we're a green product. We meet all the key demographics of a fuel. And the last thing that we want is somebody making the argument that we are somehow problematic or should not be insurable within this space. So you need to ask yourself, with all of these new requirements in there, are you going to touch a food truck when perhaps the state is not regulating food trucks? Because I see the group of inspectors that we have across the back of the room. How many food trucks do you think that there are in the state of North Carolina or South Carolina?
10,000.
Well, there's a whole bunch. I don't know what the count is, but there's a whole bunch. And are they spending days and nights? Did they get additional staffing to be able to now inspect food trucks and make sure that they're meeting these minimum standards and requirements? I'll tell you a nightmare story. So I was talking with a couple of folks down in southern Texas a few weeks ago. And during that conversation, I learned that there are trains full of food trucks or just truckloads of food trucks that are coming across the border, the southern border, and being imported into the U.S. A lot of them don't even have DOT containers on them. They've got illegal containers or Mexican manufactured containers that don't meet our standards to even be placed on a food truck, that immediately have to be pulled from service, but people are selling those. Earlier you saw a picture that was from Eric Kuster's presentation related to a food truck and their creation of a new food truck standard. There were not less than 5 code violations on the food truck that he put up on the screen that I could see from a distance just based on the design of that food truck. The two items that are on the screen right now are both out of compliance. The one that's on the top is for sale. So that's in a food truck facility, a food truck sales facility. And I took the for sale sign off of it, but that is a brand new food truck that is for sale today that does not meet the minimum requirements. Not compliant. There's no venting that is located. This doesn't work on the screen because it's a backlit. There's no venting in the cabinet itself. The propane containers are too close to the opening on the rear. There's flexible hoses or piping that are being utilized on this. Is this a fill by weight state? Are you mandated to fill by weight for 100-pound containers or smaller? Is that required here? There are a lot of states that allow you to fill by the fixed maximum liquid level gauge. You are not obligated to fill by weight. There are certain states that mandate filling by weight. I just keep track of all of them. You fill by weight or fill by volume or weight state.
In commerce.
This is not considered in commerce because it does not require a DOT number to manufacture a food truck. So this is not commerce. Commerce is delivery for future sale, not delivery as part of consumption. Okay, this is a consumable in the back of this, so this is not commerce. But are you required to fill by weight? In the state where the bottom truck is required to fill by weight.
Fine.
I walked up to the truck and I asked them, hey, where'd you get that filled? They told me. I just saw this a few weeks ago. I said, so how'd you get it off there? Yeah, we don't take it off there, they just fill it right up. Okay. So in violation of their own state law, they're filling that container because it's a fill by weight state. Now, if I were an inspector and I looked at that, I'd be asking the same type of question. Now, fortunately, I was able to go to the marketer and explain, hey, I wouldn't fill this food truck anymore. They need to comply with your needs, not you complying with theirs. I understand you want to be a good steward for the industry, but do right by yourself. If they take the cylinders off the truck and bring them to you, and you never see the food truck, you have no obligation to ask them what they're utilizing that propane for. But if you see these food trucks, there are certain things that you may need to consider doing. Like, have you had your annual leak check? So, primary code enforcement person in North Carolina is part of the NFPA 58 Technical Committee. He led a lot of the initial activities with regard to writing the food truck chapter. He went in with all good intentions because they're an auto-adopt state with actually doing inspections. He asked for additional people so that he could do inspections on all the food trucks. The state fire marshals and the state fire marshal program said, we don't have the people to be able to do this. This is on you. You wrote it. Fix it. So he's decided that he's not going to be enforcing it all because he doesn't have the inspectors to be able to do it. Because he can't inspect these vehicles. So now you have to decide as an industry member, do I police? Is it my responsibility? Well, it certainly might be if there's an incident that takes place. So you really need to consider how you're handling these types of trucks. Annual training, there must be a certificate of training that exists within the food truck itself. Now, for anybody that services any kitchen, any type of food facility, any type of commercial restaurant, if you go into the kitchen, you will see a certificate on the wall. That certificate on the wall encompasses a whole host of safety and general cleanliness standards, and there has to be one person in the kitchen at all times that is a certificate holder that has undergone that training. And that certificate, if it was the Department of Health, for example, that was regulating the food truck industry, could include a short synopsis on propane safety, which is all that's required. But in the absence of the Department of Health regulating that, it now becomes part of the propane standard because it's written in the propane standard that a person must be educated on how to respond in an emergency regarding propane. That's what's written in NPGA. So it places the obligation on anybody that's potentially knowledgeable that goes into one of these food trucks of having to accommodate that or deal with that. So PERC is working on programs for that. But still, unless somebody tells the food truck operator that they need to do it, unless an AHJ is standing up and taking authority of that specific unit, we as a fellow industry, the only thing that we can do is say, I'm not going to fill you if you don't get this training, or I'm not going to fill you unless you get a leak check performed of your system. I'm not going to fill you unless you remove that rubber hose that's running up over the top of your unit that is not permitted downstream of the first stage regulator within this unit. So we now become the police, or we have to say, yeah, we're just not going to fill. We're not going to fill any container that's brought to us mounted on a food truck because we're not taking on the liability of that. So it's a business decision that you need to make. Good news, we have a proposal that we will be putting forward from NPGA to compel the Standards Council to once again create an independent code of standard. I've reached out to the National Food Truck Association, which is probably one of the worst associations on the planet, because I don't think anybody works for them. I think they just collect dues and there's somebody out having a party somewhere. We were heavily engaged with them after the initial food truck explosion in Philadelphia. They were all part of being collaborative with PERC and collaborative with NPGA. Can't find them at all anymore. And they don't answer back emails, but we're compelling them and asking them to engage and be a part of this so that hopefully they'll be part of the standard writing, as well as to create some type of inter-industry policing of what's coming over the southern border and what's permitted to be introduced or purchased within the U.S. area.
So most of what discussed so far is the 58 or the NPGA. What about an ICC, International Fire Code?
So there's nothing currently within the International Fire Code or International Building Codes, because this wouldn't be considered to be a building. International Fire Code has not addressed it at all. International Fire Code references it to the point of saying that they have a directional arrow pointing to NFPA 58. So anything that's written in 58 that's not written in International Fire Code is therefore part of Chapter 61 within the International Fire Code. The ICC annual meeting starts next week, and we will be out there. Actually, it starts this weekend, but we will be out there providing testimony. The only potential proposal that could come would be a floor motion. There hasn't been anything proposed specifically within the International Fire Code. Say that again.
That's what we're currently in.
Okay.
There are some additions that will be done to that.
Okay. And which chapter is it?
Should be in here.
So it's general provisions. It's not in the LP gas portion of the standard. Okay.
I didn't know if you knew that.
No, was not aware of that. Okay.
So we're an international state First, and then obviously we're having a good size. So we're just trying to, because this is all new to it, we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, chapter 61 in, which is the LP gas chapter within, International Fire Code, cites to NFPA 58 for all areas in which it remains silent. If they added a section, so I sit in all of the chapter 50 and chapter 61 meetings for IFC. If they've squeaked something in the advanced portion of that, in the preamble sections.
Or just asking, so we're gonna be going to point more those. So if there's something that needs to be addressed in our state, like added to the codes, we can get a lobby for it, but the association can. So you could actually get it in edit of action by doing that in your voice.
Okay, excellent. All right, so on to better news. Emergency remote shutdowns that used to be prevalent throughout the code. It was listed in multiple different sections. It had multiple different requirements. All of that has been consolidated into a single section and simplified. Simplified meaning if I have a facility that only has propane in it, do I need to tell you that it's the propane emergency shutoff? Did you think it was water? No, it's the propane emergency shutoff. So removing these redundant and unnecessary requirements. Now, if I have a facility that operates with both propane and anhydrous ammonia, and I have one control that controls both, then it just needs to say emergency remote shutdown. If I have one for anhydrous ammonia and another one for propane, then I should specify my propane is propane, my anhydrous ammonia is anhydrous ammonia, or otherwise. So it takes away a lot of that unnecessary. So we, when you look at the sign, it's like the code book has increased in size. Well, now they want the sign bigger. This originally came as a proposal to add like 37 words onto the sign to explain how to do it, and what to do it, and when to do it, and all these other things. And it ended up getting massed down to a very simple. If you only have one product, or if you have one control that does everything, then you don't need to tell anybody what it is. It's just the emergency shutdown. The distance requirements are now uniform in all sections, but it's only referenced and everything has a directional arrow back to the section that specifies what the requirements are. But it was an overall simplification of the process to make sure that we were able to be in compliant and we weren't dealing with different rules in different places. Excess flows. So prior to 2020, excess flows were always required. They were required as container appurtenances. If you have a container appurtenance that is in communication with the liquid space, you are required to have an excess flow within that container that allowed for, if there was a total and clean breakage of the pipe. These are the number one challenge from a marketer as far as being able to operate. So what happens if I open a valve before I turn the pump on? What happens if I turn the pump on before I open the valve? What happens if there's any void space within the pipe that has been developed either through the process done following or anything else? The excess flow slows. But when I partially break a pipe, or when I partially tear a hose, or when I have some small leak that is consequential but not impactful, what happens? The excess flow never closes. So it closes when I don't want it to close. It doesn't close when I want it to close. And it's become a device that, because we try to increase the GPM size, there's always this secondary component that says, if I have a 15 PSI pressure differential between point A and point B, then I'm going to have an activation of the excess flow. But I want to be able to get as many gallons through it as I possibly can so they don't end up with a problem where it's just constantly chattering or eventually going to shut down. Well, in 2020, there was annex material that was added, which flew under the radar and was considered to be innocuous because annex material is supposedly not enforceable. But states started enforcing to the annex material. What the annex material said was every time you had a decrease in pipe size, you had to add another excess flow. So if I had a facility that had a 3-inch opening on the bottom of the tank, went into a 6-inch pipe header, then reduced it to multiple 3-inch, I had to have an excess flow in the 6-inch header, I had an excess flow into each 3-inch, and then subsequently, anytime I reduced to 2-inch, 1-inch, or any other size downstream, I added another excess flow, which is an absolute nightmare from a productivity standpoint, and it's really not meant to do anything but bother people because it's certainly not a safety feature. So in 2024, this was eliminated. All requirements for excess flows. The only place that an excess flow is required is if you have an internal valve, because it's integrated into the design and construction of an internal valve. So if you're required to have an internal valve, that internal valve has to have an excess flow. And if I have an opening that doesn't have an internal valve, then I need an excess flow in the container and a positive shut-off in close proximity to it. Those are the only two requirements that list for excess flow. So you use your primary method, which is internal valve, a secondary alternative method, excess flow, positive shut-off valve, but eliminates the rest. There's a hinge. I actually have to press the button once a month and monitor that the valve, the internal valve closes. And then I have to write it down. So that's the stipulation. So now you have to inspect at least once per month that your button works, which you're doing every day anyway, but now you need to write it down at least once per month. Not once per 30 days, once per month. So I can test it anytime within 30 days of the month of October. And then I can test it anytime in the next adjacent month within the 30-day period or 31-day period of November. Or is it? Sorry, I was 31, not November. 30 is somewhere. Yeah. So as long as I'm within those calendar months and never more than a calendar month apart, I'm good. So what happens if I shut down my facility all summer long? So I close my facility, my remote location, from the month of June through the month of October because I'm not pushing volume through during that period. Prior to the first loading of a truck within that facility that's been shut down for an extended period of time, you have to activate the system, press the emergency button, make sure that the valve's closed. Now, this is not a positive shut-off test. I'm not verifying positive seal has been made. I have to watch the actuator arm close. And as long as I can see the actuator arm, I document through some type of inspection report that tested the ESB, functioned properly, check, and I'm good. Your retention period for that is until the next inspection, similar to the monthly transfer discharge inspections that you're doing on a monthly basis on your bobtails. As soon as you do your next inspection, you throw out the old one. You don't need to keep it. You just need to have the current one on hand within the last calendar month. Questions about that? Yes, sir.
The excess flow requirement is for the container, not like for a spec. How we got the requirement of excess flow for a change from hard pipe to hose. Does that address that?
So that's pull-away protection. You're talking pull-away protection on a dispenser that operates or fills vehicles.
What about the excess flow on a dispenser hose?
Okay, are we talking apples and oranges here? Because you've got pull-away protection that is on the hose for any vehicle refueling. If you are going to refuel a vehicle or anything that has the potential to be moved, you have to have pull-away protection on that hose that prevents an unintended discharge due to failure to disconnect.
Yeah, I'll have
Okay.
reference.
Your internal valve on your dispenser is going to have an excess flow, or you're going to have an excess flow with a positive shutoff on a dispenser unit, which is still permissible within both. Self-service vehicle refueling. So in the past, everybody remembers that if you were filling a vehicle or using any type of propane dispensing equipment, you had to be trained. With this, you needed to be trained to dispensing propane safely or some other suitable curriculum to be able to perform that task. Based on a lot of the upgrades that have been made over the past several years with regard to safety for refueling equipment, including the K15 nozzle, the UL 495 listed dispenser units themselves, they're fail-safe. So you can't create a release or a leak utilizing one of these new units. If I don't have a positive connection made between vehicle and nozzle, I cannot release propane to the environment or any other means or mechanism. So how are we any different from gasoline? Well, the one way that we're different from gasoline is we're actually way safer, because I can dump gasoline everywhere when I'm filling a container. Yet I require no formal type of training, no instruction, no guidance or anything else to fill a gas tank or a diesel tank on a car. I can pull up to any gas station except for New Jersey. It still makes somebody else fill your tank for you. But anywhere else I can go, I can fill my own tank, I can fill my own vehicle, and there's no restrictions. And now propane is the same way. Okay, because it's actually a safer process than anything else. So consumers are now able to, and this really paves the pathway for the potential and expansion of market. Europe has had a high preponderance of propane powered vehicles for decades. People just buy trucks right from the showroom floor powered by propane. Yet somehow in the United States, that's taboo because we want to stick with gasoline or stick with diesel for vehicles. So this will hopefully break down some barriers. There's a lot of interest in this and potentially normalizing propane powered vehicles a lot more. There's been a lot of work that has gone in with certain resellers of propane, trying to build a much larger refueling network across the United States. And hopefully this can become more normalized. And in the future, we'll see more propane powered vehicles by average consumers that are out there and for use and for sale. For years, we've been stuck anytime that we're going to be moving liquid from one place to another, using steel pipe corrodes, you stick steel pipe in the ground, it's all going to be dependent on really how the ground interacts with your steel, how your cathodic protection or repressed current systems are. If you put them above ground, now you're dealing with atmospheric corrosion. With above ground piping, so a whole host of things. If you're in the world of, or if you have facilities that are regulated by OSHA through the process safety management regulations, or through the EPA, through the RMP program, so this is more based on small cylinder exchange programs where the majority of your gallons that are coming out of the facility are going to your exchange program, or if you've got a terminal type of facility, then you're regulated under these programs. There's a whole lot of work that you need to do from a testing standpoint through API standards with regard to evaluating the thickness of your pipe. All of this is eliminated with the adoption of reinforced thermoplastic pipes. So this would allow you to install underground liquid plastic pipe at any of your facilities where you have underground pipe today. All right, huge win, once again, been utilized for a long time in Europe, and also a major component or additional component of the pipeline industry. You're seeing more and more plastic pipe that is installed for chemical, and these pipes go up to, I've seen rated as high as 5,000 PSI. within the pipes. They're designing one right now that I think is rated to 30,000 PSI. So, really resilient product and would allow us to put a lot more liquid pipe in the ground and not have the risks associated with corrosion. And then lastly, within 58 is mobile vehicle fuel tenders. So as anyone that's in this room that has ever installed a new fleet system or is convinced their local school board or short haul trucking company or delivery company to switch to propane, one of the biggest challenges or biggest barriers with that is getting their dispenser system or the refueling system built, permitted, and installed. And in certain states, it's more cumbersome than in others. But what this actually allows you to do is get them up and running as soon as they get their first truck while you're working through the permit process. So the new standard allows for a mobile fuel tender that I can actually park at a facility. It is a trailer unit. It is a temporary installation. That temporary installation is permissible under the code, which would allow you to install something so they're actually refueling their trucks and they're not waiting on either the AHJ or the propane marketer to get all the permits established and built in order to start refueling. You can start the refueling process right off the bat and you can get up and running in service, be able to do what they need to do. And then as soon as the permanent tank is permitted and installed, all electric is run, this unit is removed from the property and can go on to the next customer that will convert it into propane. So it allows for a lot more expedient process. Once again, the challenge is that we don't have the network that gasoline or diesel has today and the allowability of gasoline and diesel where you can just go to your local gas station and still have your diesel powered bus other unit. This allows us to get to them much quicker and make sure that we don't become the barrier to them deciding to switch to propane. One more thing that I didn't have in my initial slide. So we had a tentative interim amendment that was sent. This is not really going to be impactful to anybody in this room. But DOT in 2017, through the US, Canadian, and Mexico trade agreement, started allowing the movement of TC cylinders, Transport Canada cylinders, to be utilized with and filled within the United States. Previously, there was a rule that prevented this from occurring. You were not allowed to fill any cylinder unless it was marked in pounds or gallons. And this created a big problem because especially during COVID, there was a huge proliferation of cylinders that came south over the border, not to mention with all the steel shortages that the US was dealing with. A lot of people couldn't buy new DOT cylinders. So when a lot of DOT cylinders were coming in, they were very small in market coming to the United States. And TC or Transport Canada was flush with cylinders because they had a bunch of people that were already approved to produce TC cylinders, but had not yet received their DOT certification to produce DOT cylinders. So these cylinders started flooding across the northern border and impacting a lot of the northern states, which had to be scrapped by a propane marketer that saw them because they weren't permitted to fill them. There was a tentative interim amendment that was proposed to NFPA. It was agreed to and accepted, and we now can fill cylinders that are marked with only TC markings, meaning liters, as opposed to gallons, or kilograms as opposed to pence. You have to do the conversion, which means a math equation, but at least we don't have to throw these cylinders down. I have not seen anything really above the top line of states coming south. Everything has been staying very close to the border. But there's a tremendous snowbird population from Canada that likes to come south into the Carolinas and Florida. And if they're carrying it on their recreational vehicle in the back of their cars or trucks, when they drive down, so I don't know what your propensity of Ontario plates are, this far down. I see them all the time. They don't drive very well. They're really easy to spot. But if they're coming down, you do have the potential of seeing TC cylinders end up in cages or at dispensers near you. And this would allow you, as long as you're able to do the conversion, and I believe that PERC is working on a potential sticker that you can put inside your dispenser that will make for a very easy conversion so that you can do the math and translate what 16.7 pounds means. And
Yeah, your coach guys keep me in business for sure. Thank you
that's
so
what we try to do. We know how bored you are there.
Yeah.
All right, so next edition of 58 will be 2028. The next proposals for consideration are due by June of 2025. So by June 4th of 2025, anything that anybody wants to see changed within the code has to have been submitted in order to get that in. Let's talk about 54. Couple of key impactful changes that occurred in 54. Interruption service was defined. Surprisingly, that was never a definition before in 54. There are new union requirements related to regulators. I always thought this was kind of common sense, but once again, not listed in there before. New purging requirements, draft checking stipulations, and annex material was added on gas detectors. So interruption of service, pretty simple. Disconnection or discontinuation of a fuel gas at the point of delivery. I don't know why this was really necessary. Somebody thought that this was a huge win. There was litigation that was ongoing, and that's why this person submitted this proposal. I don't know that this really changes anybody's position on what an interruption of service is. But they thought by saying disconnection or discontinuation, that was somehow going to solve all of his problems. It just makes common sense. Now there's going to be much more impactful language that was proposed in an annex to the next edition. We'll talk about that in just a second, but annex material, again, non-enforceable guidance material, but potentially a substantial win for the propane industry. Regulator removal. So anytime that you remove a regulator, you need to install a union so that you can actually remove it. Makes common sense to me. I don't think I've ever installed a regulator without a union, but there are some people that just thread pipe in top and bottom, and then it's really problematic because if I don't have enough clearance from the building where the regulator is located, the second stage regulator, then I'm potentially not going to be able to back thread it off. I'm going to screw something else up, but a union solves that problem. So again, seems pretty self-explanatory, but somebody felt like it needed to be written into the code. Abandoned fuel piping. This was a good win for us. So there was a proposal that was put in to require purging requirements consistent with NFPA 56. NFPA 56 sucks. It is a industrial standard for industrial gases. The purging requirements based on all of the different subcomponents of industrial gases that are included in NFPA 56 is extremely complex, as are the purging requirements, which requires a certified engineer to evaluate the purging plan, which just seems silly. But hey, somebody's got to make money somehow, and it was an engineer that proposed it, and this is what it ended up being at the end of the day, that abandoned fuel gas, where gas piping is removed from service for an indefinite time period, it shall be purged. So what does that mean? So I have an appliance that's not working in the basement, and I tell the customer, your appliance isn't working. Can't get it to relight. I'm going to shut it down. I'm required to purge. No, because as far as I'm concerned, that's not an indefinite period. It's only shut down until they're going to put the appliance back in service or buy a new appliance, so I don't have to purge that line. If they say, to heck with this propane stuff, I'm not using it anymore, everything's coming out, shut down my system, well, okay, now I've got a more definite time period because it looks like this is, perpetual removal of service. So now I need to purge this piping in order to remove it from service. And whoever is going to remove those items from service needs to make sure that they purge piping in accordance with SEPA practices. And there's information in the annex that talks about how to do that and ways to do it. For draft evaluation, so this used to be as simple as light a match, blow it out, hold it next to the unit, and watch the smoke suck up the chimney. So now there's a little bit more definition around this of what you're supposed to do, the fact that you're supposed to be getting the appliances all in operation, that you need increased operation of appliances. You need to turn on any ventilation equipment that's in the house to make sure that you've got counter vacuum that's potentially drawn away from that point. And then you light the match, blow it out, watch the smoke go up the chimney. Yes, sir.
Question on what with reference to purging the removal of the film or blowing it up, clearing it up, tapping the ends for future.
Yeah, so purging is the removal of all residual explosive concentrations of gas within the pipe. So it does not include removal of the pipe. It is leaving the pipe in place with the intention of either capping or uncapping. It doesn't necessarily have to be capped once it's purged because it's now free of any explosive or potential explosive atmosphere. But it's eliminating the source material and then just leaving scrap metal behind. Yes, sir.
But it does need to be capped, and it's still connected to something.
If it is still connected to a gas supply and has not been permanently separated from the gas supply system, then it needs to be capped. Yes.
There's a lot of discussion around uncapped lines, and there's been a lot of cases where uncapped lines have created issues. So that's I would want to be very clear on that because we have a lot of customers that are pulling appliances out and not capping lines. And then there's incidents that are happening, and the propane marketers are being drawn into that, after somebody else does work.
Yeah, any line that is to remain in service or prior to being placed in service, if interconnected, you can never terminate with threaded pipe or just a vest. So there can't be a thread at the end of any component within a system if service has not yet been initiated, even if it hasn't been initiated to that section, if it's only protected by a shutoff valve. So you have to have a cap or a plug at the end of that. But if I'm doing a whole scale removal from service and clearing the line of any residual gas, even to the fact of removing your tank or disconnecting your tank from the property with the intention of picking it up later, then it just needs to be purged. Does not need to be capped at that point because it's just considered residual scrap metal in the home. And no longer subject to NFPA 54. All right, gas detectors. So we're struggling in this area. I'll get more into NFPA 715 here in a minute. The National Transportation Safety Board made a recommendation based on the natural gas explosions that occurred up in Massachusetts that somehow NFPA 54 is the owner of gas detectors. The lumber industry is not the owner of smoke detectors, yet they are the leading cause of smoke in a home. The oil industry and other gas industries have the potential of producing carbon monoxide along with the lumber industry and the carpet industry and any other fabric or component part, the clothing industry, yet none of their standards mandate the installation of a carbon monoxide detector. It has always made good sense that the International Fire Code, the NFPA Fire Code, and the building codes are the home for smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors, and there was a systematic process that was followed throughout time as to where those should reside. NFPA 54, the International Fuel Gas Code, are not the homes for gas detectors. But in response to the NTSB request, and basically their position that something has to be listed within the code, annex material was added. And that annex material is very clear. It says if you're going to install gas detectors, you should do so in accordance with NFPA 715, because NFPA 715 is NFPA's fuel gas standard that was created specifically to tell you how to install, not when, not what, but how to install a gas detector to make sure that you're maximizing your potential of detection. There are several inherent problems with NFPA 715 and how it's written and the requirements that are listed in there. We are working diligently to work through those. This was largely led by the natural gas industry, obviously a much larger market segment, so they had more representation on the NFPA 715 technical committee. They don't understand propane. It's pretty easy. One's lighter, one's heavier. You know, they both burn. One has more energy. Propane, one's cleaner. Propane, natural gas kind of sucks. Propane's awesome. Other than that, we're the same thing, right? So we're working through those challenges and continue to drive those challenges and changes within that. But based on some of the onerous requirements that are listed in there, nobody's willing to accept ownership of gas detectors, which includes part of the discussion that we are going to have next week with the International Fire Code is centered around gas detectors. IFC wants nothing to do with gas detectors, which just seems silly to me. But on the same token, I can understand why when I read 715, I don't want anything to do with what the requirements are in there. So there's really onerous expectations that have been put in that. And unfortunately, they're not achievable. So it gets back to that earlier conversation of if you're going to write code, make sure that you can actually do what you say that you're going to do, or don't bother writing it. Well, the requirements in 715 are just absolutely unachievable. And they are so overburdened and so overwhelming. You have to have an individual gas detector within 6 to 10 feet of every gas burning appliance, because pipes never leak. So don't worry about the piping. Just make sure you're right next to that appliance. I don't know about anybody else. I've never seen significant leaks coming from the main burner and just dumping out of the appliance. I see it coming from joints, from, holes potentially that build over time within piping systems from the outside of the structure. There's a whole bunch of places that gas can potentially infiltrate into a home. It's very rarely from the appliance itself, unless it's a stove, which just happened to be the only appliance that was tested in development of this code, was a stove where you could actually accidentally bump the main burner on one of the cooktop burners into the open position, and that was the premise for everything related to the state. So once again, natural gas was leading the charge, and we are vastly cleaning it up as we go. But we've got a lot of work to do. But this kind of just innocuously says, if you're going to do it like 715 says, and deal with it from there, but nothing that actually physically requires it. We're currently in, or just finished with the first draft meetings for NFPA 54. So all proposals that were entered in June of this year have been reviewed. That was done in early September. Everything is now going out to public comment. So public comments will be evaluated. Then we will have a follow-up meeting, and the next edition for NFPA 54 will be 2027. Let's go through some just general other stuff. NIST, or National Conference of Weights and Measures, generally run through the departments of agriculture of your state. There were a couple harmful rules that had been imposed on the propane industry, one of which was the zero setback interlock. So if you're fueling any type of vehicle you're required to have a zero setback interlock. NPGA put in a proposal to knock that down because only electric meters can get an integrated zero setback interlock. There isn't one for mechanical meters, which is the primary dispenser used by the propane industry. We were successful in getting that pulled back and have been granted a variance, so no mechanical meter is required to have a zero setback interlock integrated to within the unit. Temperature compensation. So this is something that we're actively fighting. In fact, this is where I will be Sunday night and Monday of next week. There was a rule written by the National Conference on Weights and Measures imposing an obligation to install temperature compensators on all propane systems that deliver less than 20 gallons a minute, which would be every dispenser. The problem is that temperature compensation doesn't function until anywhere from 3 to 6 minutes after it's engaged. So it takes 3 to 6 minutes to function. Bad news is propane industry is losing money. This was thought to be something that was being done for the consumer. It was proposed by the city of Phoenix several years ago as necessary because they thought they were all getting ripped off because 120 degrees out, filling a propane container. Felt like the consumer was losing out because all propane is measured at 60 degrees Fahrenheit without a temperature compensator. The consumer is potentially losing product. There was a failure to understand the chemical properties and how a propane system actually works. So I flipped the switch on my dispenser. My dispenser immediately goes into bypass. There's no fuel is being moved through the meter. So that pump goes into bypass. The bypass dumps liquid into the top of the tank. The tank actually cools. It reduces the temperature of the product through the local chemical properties of propane. By the time I actually finish the inspection of my cylinder, connect it, set my scale, or open the fixed maximum liquid low gauge and start dispensing fuel. It's actually a much lower temperature than the 120 degrees Fahrenheit that's outside on that given day. But I can't tell you what the temperature was, but it really doesn't matter because it's only going to take me, 45 seconds to fill a 20-pound cylinder. So the temperature compensation is never going to engage anyway. Even if I've got a 100-pounder, I'm only looking at a minute and a half to 2 minutes to fill that 100-pound cylinder. I'm never going to engage the temperature compensator within the unit. So we have a proposal in right now, and I'll be testifying to hopefully have this moved back. I've asked for an extension, so I did not ask for the retroactivity requirement to be removed. What I asked was for 10 years to implement on new dispensers. As opposed to the 3 that we've been afforded. So is everybody aware of this? We've been sending a lot of information out. I know your different suppliers should be sending information out. Every new dispenser, 20 gallon per minute pump or less, from 2026 on, will have to include a temperature compensator. If it's got an electric meter on it, that's fine, it's immediate. Then you're going to start finding where all your lost gallons have gone because it's been going away to the consumer. There are only 4 states in the United States where the average mean temperature is above 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So the vast majority of the gallons that go through a dispenser are being given away to the consumer. Your average is a loss on that. So you're going to see with new dispensers that you're not going to lose as many gallons. With older dispensers, we're probably going to get a 10-year stay on that. And then once we get the 10-year, as opposed to the 3-year, which is now required by 2030, everything has to be retrofitted with a temperature compensator. Since it's just going to be throwing money away, we estimate that based on the total quantity of dispensers across the United States, this is roughly a $90 million expense with no purpose. So step 1 is to extend it to 10 years. Step 2 will get them to overturn and draw back the retroactivity. But we've got a good coalition of states and departments of agriculture that are in support of this. And we think that we're going to be successful, at least with getting the extension, if not both, but one step at a time. NFPA 715, the second revision meeting just completed. A lot of the language that's in NFPA 715 has been reduced. They now recognize that a single detector can actually detect a whole space, not just a single appliance. They're not appliance specific or dedicated. So they recognize that if you've got a 600 square foot space, that one detector is adequate to be able to cover multiple appliances within that space. Unfortunately, they added a different enunciator requirements, alarming requirements, saying that if I've got a detector in the basement and I've got a 2-story home, then now I need to put warning devices outside every bedroom, which is an expansion of the responsibilities. So I can tell you that NFPA 715 is going to go nowhere as long as natural gas has their fingers in it, until they accept that what they're trying to do is really not helpful, which, in my opinion, is harmful to the propane industry because it doesn't allow us to really get good gas detectors available for consumers. Yes, I can go to any big box store, I can go to Amazon, anywhere else, and I can get a gas detector, but it's methane first, propane second, meaning that it generally is not as good or as high quality in detecting propane as it is methane. When nobody's investing money in them right now because there's no rhyme or reason for what the code is requiring. So we're not getting good gas detectors made for the propane industry today, unfortunately, because nobody knows what to make. So we'll continue to work through that. International Fire Code, two other things that were, well, one other thing that we're testifying about is decorative appliances. There was a prohibition that was created in proposed language for decorative appliances, albeit we have decorative non-heating fireplaces that are part of propane and natural gas systems everywhere. They thought that decorative appliances were things that you had on patios that required a small cylinder to be attached to them. So we've successfully re-petitioned that, and we're expecting them to withdraw this prohibition from the next edition of the International Fire Code. And then for anyone else in this room, if you have a state fire, agency or official that is coming into one of your facilities and they are reading the language that exists in Chapter 50 and attempting to apply that language to requiring you to have a sprinkler system on your filling dock, please contact NPGA. Because that is not what the language says within there. The problem with the way that the International Fire Code is written, similarly to how 58 is written, it becomes a continual stacking of rules within that code, and you have to navigate the pathway through that. There was never an intention in the International Fire Code to require sprinkler systems in filling docks. That's actually the worst thing that you can do, because it will not allow for the activation of an ESV. If you take away the heat of the fire, you're not going to activate the ESV, which means that now fire department and emergency responders are going to be responding into a large vapor cloud. That vapor cloud is going to have the potential to ignite off-site of your property because the liquid valve is never going to be shut down, which means they're going to be exposed to a potential vapor cloud explosion, leading to fire, extinguishing, injury, and death. That was not the intent. There is a caveat within Chapter 50 that talks about use closed systems. Use closed systems is the volume of your pipe. That is the only thing that can classify you as an H1 structure. Other than that, you're actually classified as an F structure. So, well, I'm going to talk to anybody in the back about this, but this has been a very windy road, and a number of jurisdictions have placed obligations on either cylinder filling docks, whether it be for motor fuel or 20-pound exchange programs, as well as other types of industries, requiring suppression systems within those filling rooms which is the worst thing that you could do with the nutrients because it perpetuates the problem once you use it. So we've built the case of how to explain the navigation through the International Fire Code, and in each case we've been successful in removing those specific requirements. So please let us know should you encounter anything like that, so we can provide you with that information, start having that conversation. And then we have a proposal right now that is in front of ASTM for revising the fuel standard for propane that would allow for increased butane content within HD5 standards. It's good for engines. It's good for bringing renewable propane to market. It is harder to debutanize renewable propane cost effectively. So it makes sense that HD5 should include allowances for increased butane. So everybody understands every appliance that you service today is tested with HD5 and with 100% butane, completely cross-functional. So you can't buy a propane appliance today that is not tested on both. So there's no harm to that. And then from a boiling point, it changes the boiling point at 10% butane from -44 to about -42 Fahrenheit. So not really a big move in the needle from a boiling point standpoint. There are places within the United States or Northern Canada where it can reach -42, but in those locations, we're already applying a heating blanket to those units as soon as it hits -20, so that we can continue to get the vaporization we need. So really no harm done by this, which is where we are with the proposal. And in my last 10 minutes, because I got an extra 15 by starting lunch early. Let's go into federal regulatory. All right, so FMCSA, they were here earlier today. FMCSA was, but the same parent family. Cylinder tear rates. So there is a lot of activity right now going on around cylinder tear rates. One is related to stamping and what is stamped on a cylinder, the readability of that. There's currently a stay of enforcement by FMCSA and by DOT, where DOT is not allowed to enforce you on readability of markings on containers. We're in the process of negotiating with them and getting an interpretation of what that really means. In addition to that, FMCSA granted a greater tolerance to tear weights and the stamping of tear weights in just, I think it was December 31st or December 30th of 2023. Their rule went into effect that basically said that a cylinder can be up to 3% lower than the stamped tear weight or up to 1% higher than the stamped tear weight, allowing for fluctuations in the thickness of steel that are on a standard roll of steel. So instead of making our steel more consistent or better, we accept the core performance of international provided steel within the U.S. market, and we'll take their crappy steel and just build a different type of cylinder with. So DOT recognized that this was the easiest path to be able to make sure that DOT cylinders could stay within compliance. Unfortunately, this directly conflicts with what NIST allows, which is you can have a 0.5% plus or minus in difference with a cylinder. So NIST has made a proposal that they would like DOT to require reevaluation, subsequent reevaluation at regular intervals of DOT tear weights, which would mean now you need to evacuate every cylinder. You need to re-verify that the tear weight is within the acceptable tolerances, or you would need to restamp the cylinder accordingly. Our position on this was DOT is the owner of this. NIST can't write a standard that increases the obligation. They don't have the regulatory authority. So we've asked them to just put within the NIST handbook 130, a directional arrow pointing to the federal standard and allow the federal standard to write whatever they want, but we are strongly in opposition to recertification of fair weights at any time during the lifespan, because we recognize that if we paint a cylinder, if we put a new valve in the cylinder, there's going to be minor nuance differences, none of which are a risk to safety, nor does anything really negatively impact the consumer, eventually impact the consumer with volumes, because we put liquid gallons in when we sell by package price, one or the other. So we've got petitions that are in right now and comments that are into FMCSA. Also, your power equipment. We had a state not too far north of here that started regulating that anytime you hit your emergency remote shutdown button for your bobtail, that it not only turned off the truck and stopped the pump, but it also turned off all electrical equipment. It's not what the standard was. That's not what the negotiated settlement was with DOT for remote shutdowns. It was supposed to shut down all equipment that operates the pump, whether that be auxiliary electrical equipment or the engine motive power equipment. So we're currently working with FMCSA to provide them all the historical records related to this, because somehow the federal government lost all of the records about the negotiated settlement, can't find it themselves. So we're finding it for them, and hopefully we'll be petitioning this back to life as normal for us, because this is going to be extremely full of DOT to require that. And then the last thing is the cylinder marking readability that I talked about already, but that's really, what do you need to read on a cylinder before you fill it, and how readable does it need to be, and what does readable actually mean? Impactful to South Carolina, the FEMA flood guidance. So FEMA has been regularly updating their flood guidance material, and each time they come up with something like, wouldn't it be nice if? So the latest, wouldn't it be nice if, is, wouldn't it be nice if every propane tank was installed 25 feet in the air? Because then it could never float away. Right? The brilliance, the absolute brilliance. So, unfortunately, their guidance material has been submitted to multiple different entities, including the International Building Code. And the International Building Code created a directional arrow to a guidance document that basically set the standard of elevation in high flood areas as the primary means of anchoring not being recognized. Since that, there's been a proposal to put the same directional arrow in the International Fire Code, which, once again, we will be testifying next week to make sure it does not get approved within the International Fire Code's next edition, because it's just crazy that we're going to install tanks 25 feet in the air when there are established mechanisms for making sure that propane tanks don't float away. You have to do the calculations with regard to buoyancy. So we're working a multi-pronged attack with this, meeting with FEMA, working on their guidance material, working with the International Code Council, working with states specifically that are starting to impose some of these rules. And eventually something will be added to NFPA 58 in the next edition that will provide more specific guidance as to what anchoring a container means within some of the flood zones to make sure that it doesn't get away. So more specific guidance that actually specifies what the anchoring consists of, whether it's an underground or above ground. What do you need to do to make sure the tank doesn't flood? So they require a concrete pad of certain size and dimensions based on the tank to make sure that the tank can't float, whether empty or full of water. And from an underground perspective, similarly, how do you anchor it to the ground? How do you look at the soil consistency? Do we have a known soil consistency? And what are the engineering designs that are required for the anchoring devices? I've got some crazy pictures of some great ingenious ways to anchor a tank. I would not recommend any of them be followed because it's kind of funny or not so. But there are prescribed methods for anchoring a container. And I think if we could stop all of our tanks from floating down river streams and through the ocean, to a large part, there's certain things that you're never going to be able to prevent. We saw that with the last two hurricanes, that some houses, doesn't matter if they're built to hurricane specs, they're going to wash away. There are certain applications that you can't fix for, but a 25-foot tank in the air is not the solution to anything, so we're working through that. OSHA, they sent out an interpretation letter. This is once again a call to action for anybody in this room. If you have an OSHA inspector that shows up at your facility, if they tell you that you are a process safety management facility, if you've never heard the three letters PSM before, call NPGA. We will add you into a lawsuit that we currently have with federal OSHA. Where we will be fighting the battle for you because they're inappropriate in trying to regulate the propane industry under the PSM standard. This standard is very specific to non-retail facilities. You are a retail facility, more than 50% of your gallons are going directly to the end consumer. They are doing this, trying to do this outside of rulemaking because they know it'll never pass a rulemaking process. The agricultural industry already had a lawsuit against them and won it. So now they just turned their attention from the ag to propane because they think that we're going to sit flat-footed and let them do it. We're not. And then there's a new heat, illness, and injury prevention program. This is not really bad for us as an industry, but it is impactful. So anybody that's ever been to California knows that California can regulate anything. It's why if you buy a piece of 2x4 in California, it's got a sign on it that says this board causes cancer. I don't know if anybody can do that, but every 2x4 in the world causes cancer. If purchased or used in California, if you leave California, you can't get cancer from it, but it will cause cancer while you're within California itself. It doesn't matter what you buy in California, it causes cancer. Food, if you go into a restaurant, every restaurant has to have a sign in front of the restaurant that says products used and consumed or sold within this facility cause cancer. That has to be at the entrance so that everybody can read it, knowing that no matter what restaurant you go to, it causes cancer in California. But the same doesn't anywhere else, which is awesome. So the one good thing I would say that California did was create a heat injury and illness standard that talked about, hey, if you're thirsty, drink water. And you should drink water regularly. And soda is not necessarily good for you when you're hot. And, coffee and soda, they actually decrease your resilience to heat and they actually increase your body temperature. So you have to train everybody on that and educate people on what they should do or shouldn't do. And you have to have a full program be built around heat injury, illness, protection. Federal OSHA has looked at that. They think that there is a sound basis for that. They have created some pretty arduous requirements around it. So some of their proposed requirements say that if you work outside more than 15 minutes out, that you have to be provided with rest, shading, and it can't be in a vehicle. So I don't know how many bobtail drivers that you have that are not outside for at least 15 minutes an hour, and now you're going to have to give them a pump tent. So they go right to the pump tent, stay outside the vehicle, don't go into the air conditioning, sit in the heat, swelter longer, and drink a whole bunch of water. 2 gallons now. So we're commenting on this and trying to correct some of the information and misnomers that are there, but also we're going to work with PERC on developing a program that hopefully will satisfy the rule. But in essence, it's drink water, use shade, take advantage of air conditioning, take advantage of common cooling, and understand the signs and symptoms related to a heat-related illness, and how to know that you're potentially being exposed, because there are a lot of injuries and even fatalities annually related to heat-related illnesses. And then lastly, DHS. So for those of you that have regulated facilities with the DHS, they still don't have any money. They're only now admitting to the fact that they don't have money. They still don't have any money. They have not been reauthorized. There is no new news for this. There are no, they're not going to come back and tell you tomorrow that you need to be a part of this. I think that unfortunately DHS has done such a disservice to the federal government of late that there is a lot of apprehension to allow them to continue to operate or grow to the extent that they've grown. They've usurped a lot of authority. They've annexed a lot of different departments. I don't know how that's going to go into this in the future, but based on the fact that there has never been an attack on a chemical regulated facility within the United States, not to say that it couldn't, but since there has never been one, I don't think that there's going to be a whole lot of appetite for continuous or regulating in the future. Now that all changes if something bad happens to a chemical sector facility. So more information as we get it, but I'm not seeing them as really garnering a whole lot of support right now. And I don't see it as being a focal point of any of their funding in the future to go back to this. I have unreasonably good authority from a number of inspectors that I have strong relationships with, that they're just biding their time until their mandatory retirement comes up, because they just hang out in the office all day. They don't have to do anything. It's really easy money, but why give up a paycheck while the government is just paying you to sit on your butt? So
That's where all the money goes to on tier 2, to their retirement.
yeah, potentially. Potentially,
That's a lot of money.
All right, so what can everybody in this room do? So first and foremost, read your codes to the ability that you're able to tolerate reading the codes. Go through it, understand the information that's in there, understand what the message is, understand what the intent is. But look at everything from, is this really going to do anything? Is this going to move the needle? Is this going to make anything better? Are we going to be able to solve any of the world's problems based on the rules that are in here? And if you don't like something, speak up. So every code change that we've been able to affect over the last 2 cycles are based on people saying, this is stupid. And that's all it takes for us to get after it and say, you know what, you're right, this is kind of stupid, we need to fix this. So you've got your state association, you've got SEPA that you can say, this really is not doing anything for us, this is not helpful, this is not worded properly. If you think that there's a better way to do it, say something. We've got the technical standards and safety committee with NPGA. Anybody is welcome to join that and participate in it and be a part of that organization. But in the absence of you having the ability to participate in it, if you get information into SEPA, SEPA gets that information to us, and then we work through how to make the code better, work through how to make those changes, and make sure that we've got them at the right code at the right time, that we're not creating things just for the fact that, Jesus, if I don't add at least 45 pages to this by 2032, I'm not doing my job. I would like to go back to having a pamphlet, because we're a pamphlet kind of industry. We don't need War and Peace. So think about the things that are in here. Think about how we can improve it, and then speak up. The only thing that stops us from changing something is not knowing that it's a negative. As soon as we find out that it's a negative, we can work through it. We can work to fix it. So I just encourage everybody in here, get involved. If you don't like something, if something doesn't work, tell us. Questions?
I don't know. I don't think I can follow it.
Gotta grill. You grilled me, you gotta grill him.
Yeah, so interesting, sorry, hold on. So South Carolina is the fastest state. So 58 is in play 100% based on what you just said. 54, not wrong.
Right, international fuel gas code.
Yeah, and that's fuel gas code. Help us with retroactivity in general. You know, 58 has some retroactivity codes or clauses.
So in 58, in any NFPA code, it has to be specifically called out as being retroactive. So there must be a notice made of the compliance due date. With regard to I say that with the caveat of food trucks can't fall or does not fall within that category because there was no standard prior. So this is not from a code enforcement standpoint, but from a litigation standpoint. It is the only code of record. So the implied duty to the industry potentially related to the new food truck chapter is it's in your primary code book related to the installation of LP gas systems. You know that it exists, and it was readily apparent based on the configuration of this food truck that they were not compliant. So it has nothing to do with what the law is. It's what somebody can get a jury to believe. So this is where the onslaught against underwriters and why we're struggling to keep underwriters within the industry. I heard that we just lost another one, although there's another company that's thinking of backfilling that. They are going to, if they see these nuclear verdicts coming out of food trucks like the last one did, they're going to have a very difficult time staying as the carrier group for the propane industry. So this is more a voice of caution than it is applicability. There's nothing else that we can point to that says that a system is built to compliance. You can't point to anything to say, well, that's a sound process or sound engineering or design or anything else, when basically everything that used to be okay is no longer okay. So non-retroactive to the extent that anything from a design and construction standpoint, until you change a fitting within that unit, the design and construction is not applicable. Retroactive in the fact that it says annual training must be provided, an annual leak check must be documented and within the food truck. That's a continual performance standard, meaning that you filled a truck and it didn't have a leak check. You didn't ask them for a leak check. Even though you're not obligated, it says within the chapter that must be available for inspection by the inspecting entity or the authority having jurisdiction. If the authority having jurisdiction isn't inspecting those food trucks within your jurisdiction or within your area, is there an implied obligation on the propane industry with that? There are certain standards that retroactivity is based on when the unit was initially put into service. So this goes more to dispensers, meters, things like that, that I can use a meter that was certified within a standard forever, as long as it stays within a single state. But as soon as I cross state boundaries, then it's a new meter, because I left the state where that meter was initially placed into service. So that would be with regard to like dispensers. As long as I use the dispenser that was placed in service in 1940, in the state of South Carolina, as long as that dispenser always stays in North Carolina, I can move it to a customer a week in South Carolina, never crossing the state line, and that's an in-service unit. So can't be considered new, even though it's newly installed at a new location. But if I take it to North Carolina, or I take it to Georgia, now it's a new unit, even though it was built in the 1940s. So a lot of those are standard specific as opposed to when retroactivity comes into play or doesn't come into
I think you just upset the background.
Sorry.
We got a question after this. And so to key off of that, when we PERC makes materials, makes programs or whatever, we're very careful that we don't set an industry standard. We've got to be very careful that we walk a very fine line between what the code actually says and what we think the applicability will be. So we're a little bit more conservative in that approach, and we're having the same conversation internally as we're developing this mobile food program of how far do we go, how far don't we go. You know, that's the real challenge for us, and we're very aware that when people look at PERC materials, that becomes an industry standard. So, you know, this is the dance that we play, and we dance very, very often.
Yes, so to sum it up, because we could do this all day.
Yeah, we
I
good.
told them 10:30.
Well, if you and I, we can find, they don't appreciate it. So, so my closing remarks to primarily what Chris has presented today, keying in a little bit what Eric presented and even what we heard from the federal carriers. If you haven't heard today, it's not about getting caught in something. It's about the reality of, if you listen to Chris for the last hour, the depth in which you go into, the depth in which NPGA is pushing back, arguing, or trying to make something right. The day of the accident, the incident, it's not the day you get caught by the inspector. Getting caught by the inspector turns it into a shutdown, maybe a fine, maybe a violation of your state oil and gas law. Those are things that can be corrected. If it's on a road with a truck, it's you know, maybe it's a citation from the police. The bad day is the day that the incident happens, and now you can't fix it. And did we know about it? Did we have knowledge of it? And just because we did it forever like that, you know, you look at temperature compensated meters. I mean, if you were paying attention to that, you realize how horrible that is for our industry. It's already bad because it has no value, right? Now it's worse because you're going to make them. You know, companies have lots of dispensers, so that's just one entity. But hopefully, you take away that it's important to understand the details of what we talk about from a training perspective, from a regulatory perspective. There's tons and tons of people behind the scenes in our industry working very hard to make sure that we're protected. We have the materials we need, we have the regulations we need, and fighting for our benefit. So when you get to that point and an incident or an accident has happened, hopefully you have followed protocols, the regulations, and you're aware of what's happened, and you'll be okay. And you can defend it. Can you defend it? Is one of the big things. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for Eric for presenting today. We will take 15-minute break. 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
And I spent a lot of time.
Sure. You're ready? Yeah. You're good.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
The sound was similar. Very much.
Just a couple more briefs and then we'll be out of here. You know, one of the things that John and I were just talking about, how nice it is in this facility, because no matter where you are, whether you're in the break room or you're outside, or you're in one of the restrooms here, there's speakers all through here. So there's no reason why everybody should not pass the quiz that everyone's going to be taking here. So you should have been paying attention all day long, because you got to score at least a 95 to get out of here. Okay? No, just kidding. Listen, I'm going to get started. I'm the director of education for the the former North Carolina. What place? Yeah, no. The technical education center, but we are now the Southeast Propane Alliance Technical Education Center. Your school, okay? We're located about 3 hours north of here, almost in the very center of the state. We have been in existence since April of 2021, since we opened up our doors there for our very first class. Had a little bit of setback because of COVID. We have, when I look across the room here, we've had some people in this room that have visited our school, and we even have one of our own students right here that came through a couple of years ago. I'm glad to see that he's doing very well in the industry here. A lot of people have donated a lot of time and effort into our school also. PERC has been down to our facilities. Down there, they've done a lot of videography and a lot of photography of new equipment and installations and those kind of things like that. So we've been heavily involved with keeping up with the latest compliance and getting students trained to work in this industry in a plethora of different types of positions. So these are the opportunities that we have right now. We're always looking at expanding. We're always looking at changing, becoming innovative. So we are currently in an 8-week course right now. And we anticipate graduating them then in about 3 weeks. And then they'll be working in the industry also as well. We offer individual CTEP. You can see there what our next term is. Our next 8-week CTEP term is January 20th through March 14th. That'll be our winter term. We do offer individual CTEP classes also as well in conjunction to our normal 8-week course. So if you're looking at individual classes, we can also offer those as well. One of the greatest things that we've been able to create is a virtual training classroom in our facilities there. We have a virtual training class, and that all 3 of my instructors are certified and trained to be able to operate all of the equipment and be able to train from afar. The one thing that is beneficial to doing the virtual training is because, there's a 3-step part approach to, the CTEP certifications. There's the education, and then there's the hands-on training, and then there's the actual skills evaluation. Well, one of the ways that we've been able to cut costs down from, traveling and lodging and those kind of expenses is being able to offer CTEP classes virtually online. So you are in an actual classroom from afar with one of our live instructors, nothing is recorded, and then we do the education portion. And then you have options. If you have a trainer in your facility that can do the hands-on training and also the skills evaluation, then you can do that. Or perhaps at a later date, you can coordinate with me after we conducted the education classes. And then you can send, your person or whoever it is that's undergoing that training, you can send them to the school. We can do all the hands-on training and then also do the skills evaluation, saving time and then also saving money as well. So that's a great one there that a lot of our South Carolina folks down here have taken advantage of. And then lastly, The big ticket item here is you see up there CDL and hazmat training and also testing. We cannot afford testing yet outside of the state of North Carolina. So for instance, several of our South Carolina folks have come up. They've conducted the mandatory hands-on training. We brought it in-house. We used to outsource it to a third party. We brought it in-house. We bought a CDL truck. We've got training lanes on our facilities outside in the back area on our courses out there. And what we do is we do the theory, we do all of the hands-on training, and then for about the next couple of months, about 2.5 more months, I gotta wait. And then I can then apply to be able to test all the states at our facilities there. I have to have the actual class up and operational for at least 6 months before I can apply to actually become a testing facility for all of the states outside of North Carolina. Currently, right now, I can train and also test any North Carolina residents, for their CDL. So that is CDL and hazmat training that we provide at the school internally right now. No more outsourcing it. And for our South Carolina members, you can still come through to do all the hazmat training and all the CDL training. We do all the hands-on training. We upload all of the documents into the FMCSA website that's accessible by all 50 states DMVs. And then the only thing that needs to happen is when the South Carolina resident comes back here, then they test at the local DMV, or perhaps if you have someone that is certified to actually test and upload those documents into FMCSA, and then the only thing that individual then has to do is go down to the DMV and then render over their permit, and then they walk out of there with their license. All right, that's it in summary for me. Do I have any questions? Yes, sir.
Sir, of course. So if y'all train somebody, you have to get ready for if they like quit.
Really?
Y'all can watch the next.
I'll say that's the final. I'll say that's the final. Quincy, we're gonna talk about this all over again. Look, I need help. We train here, okay? Then the follow-on mentorship, that's for you guys now, okay? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So no coupons.
No coupons at all. He has the final say so. He's my boss anyway. All right. Any other questions at all? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, I guess Chris knows, guys. Well, I don't know if anybody knows what a code manual is made out of. I think it's wood pulp, alkane powder, and chloroform. I think it's one of the 3 ingredients of that. Those are, and it takes a special person like Eric and Chris and Dave to build up a immunity over the years to that. Because when Dave says, "Hey, you need to read this in the code book," I'm not like, I just can't. You just got to tell me what it means and interpret it. They'll spend 3 weeks arguing over what the definition of what a PAG is. And it goes on and on and on, and it's more patience than I have. So thank you guys for that work that you guys do. So again, I'm John Jessup, Southeast Propane Alliance. Just real quick about what we do, and to piggyback off what John Pena, the school that we built out there, that was we're about 5 years into that project concept where we said, hey, we need a solution to workforce development for our industry. Said, well, what if we built our own school, recruited our own people, and trained them? And they said, yeah, how soon can you make that happen? And so it took us about 3 years really to get all the certifications. We're a proprietary school, VHIBL certified, had to find and build the school. It's got about $2.5 million into that project now for what we put into it. Now we're building a gas village within the school. It's got the alcohol labs and all that. It's a really, if you've never been there, you need to come by and check it out, because it's a really impressive facility, and there's really no other state associations that have taken on something like that. It's not an easy lift, but we don't do things because they're easy to do, because it needs to be done. But the Southeast Marketers, so I said, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Just some quick stats about us. So we've got a 16-member executive board. Richard O'Shill is going to be our new chairman company next year. And then we've got 7 committees. We have 2 state checkoffs programs that we run, one in North Carolina and one in Georgia. And we're looking to get one set up in South Carolina as well. So we'll get a state checkoff program so that we get that through the legislature here in South Carolina. We have 3 lobbyists on staff, registered lobbyists, so we do a lot of that in that regard. There's an estimated impact of SEPA of about $4 billion, the economic impact. 687 million gallons of propane is how much propane is usually goes through a year through SEPA. We've got 700 retail locations, 245 market members, and 90 affiliate members, like every single thing are people on the there. So they're all over the country that are a member of SEPA. Since we became SEPA, we've really gained more membership because we kind of have the center of gravity. When we have a convention, we used to have about 120, 150 people. Now we'll have 300, 330 people come to a convention. So we really have, it's makes a happy hunting ground, so to speak, or a great place to network, bring everybody together. And we're able to go to bigger places, nicer places, and stuff like that because we are have so many members and people that want to attend these events. In Chris's slide, he talked at the end and said, one of the things you need to do is to talk to the association if you have a question. And BPM Magazine, it's the top 10 things you want to do if you want to lower your insurance rate. And I think number 4 was join your association, be a member of the association. Because we get calls all the time when people that aren't members in what's going on and living under a rock, and then all of a sudden OSHA or somebody shows up and starts finding the heck out of them. Well, how am I supposed to know about all this? Well, in keeping up with the association, we have people like Dave Donahue on staff, like Code and Safety Education. I go to the PERC and the NPGA Leadership Summit in DC. I go to the PERC meetings. We know what's going on. We're a mile away and an inch deep, but PERC is, half a mile wide, 10 feet, 10 miles deep. And so is NPGA. They can do the detail, to set up a PEP program and to revamp that stuff. He was talking about, Chris was talking about this program with those automatic setbacks. I was going to joke with him. I was like, Chris, how many minutes did it take you to fix that problem? And we worked on that for about 3 years. I mean, these things, you have to have a lot of patience in these government agencies to move the needle and to fix something that they throw on you. I mean, and then to unwind that, it takes forever. And you got to have people that's their full-time job, like at NPGA and PERC, to be able to continue to go after them and stop something like that. Otherwise, you end up with stupid stuff like gas bans on stoves that stick. Next thing you know, you can't buy a gas stove in America anymore because they decided that you can't have it. So that's the sort of stuff that we're always working on. But we listen to the membership. I work for the board. I work for the board on staff there. And so when big problems come up, when there's challenges in the industry, we tend to take those on, like building a school for workforce development and stuff like that. Recently, just to wrap this up a little bit, we had a member that called and said, "Hey, I was talking to a member out in Asheville, and they don't have any water, they don't have any power, and they're okay with supplies. They're getting some bottled water in there, and they got more wet wipes than they know what to do with, but they can't take a shower. Do you know where that Tides for Love thing was so they could wash some laundry?" And so I called Renai and I was like, "Hey, Mike Peacock, a lot of you guys don't meet him. I'm like, where's that Tides for Love thing? Like 3 hurricanes ago we heard about." He's like, "I don't know, but I guess we could build one." I'm like, "Okay, well, how do we do that?" And so he's like, "Well, I'm not really sure." So I got John Pena over there, and we started talking about how do we make this. We got Steve Ward with Carter Marsh. We had Mike Peacock, and we basically built one and put it on rack system. And it took John Pena and his technicians out of the school, instructors. They put this thing together in about a day and a half. And then we figured out how to haul 775 gallons of water up to Asheville and hooked up an 8-head shower unit that can do laundry and provide showers for this staging base that they had up there in the middle of Asheville. So just solving problems like that. We like to do things like that. And Tennessee heard about it, and then they said, "Can you make us one?" And so we made that one even faster because John already knew what to do, and so him and Bob put that together in about a half a day. That one. So that's, the association's always doing things like that needs to get done. But whether it's lobbying, code and safety, putting on a good convention, we're at a good place where people can network and play golf and go on a moonshine train. We do it from soup to nuts. We do. So it's a lot of fun. I've been doing this for 14 years, and SEPA's been around for 3 now, and it's been a great job to have and to work in this industry. And I think what really exemplified that is how well this industry came together I mean, I got calls from Indiana and Alabama and Texas wanting to know if they could send crews here to help us with recovery efforts in the SEPA footprint. You know, and we're probably going to ask those guys to come and send some crews here as winter sets in and companies that have brought assets in, you know, they're going to be spread too thin to deliver gas and to keep recovering tanks. There's still a lot of tanks that are stuck in trees, and Boston Gas had a tank that went from Burnsville to Jonesboro in Tennessee. The 3 tanks floated 60 miles from North Carolina into Tennessee, and the Admiral Propane called them and said, "Hey, are these your tanks?" And I said, "Yeah, those are our tanks." And they went and got them. But those tanks travel 60 miles. So that kind of gives you an idea of the problems or the issues that are still out there, because a lot of stuff got moved a long ways. Like we're talking about Joe here from Holston Gases. You know, he showed me a picture of their plant down there on River Road. 30 inches of rain dumped down and the water was up to the top of this building. So you guys have seen that, but you know, it just very more devastation than we've ever seen, you know, before in a long time. But as an industry, we pulled together and really helped each other deliver gases. We got the container law lifted in North Carolina, where if a propane company couldn't be contacted and as an emergency, you could fill that other person's tank, like at a fire department, that their generator's getting ready to go out, something like that. And, you know, everyone pulled together to make sure that customers didn't suffer, you know, just because the law got in the way. You know, say, hey, we're going to suspend that for long enough to do the common sense thing and help people out. So that's all I had. Does anybody have any questions about SEPA or Alliance or anything about the school that we run there? If we do have our websites, sepatec.org and southeastpropane.org, with all this information, the staff and everything. But one of the things we do, and Chris mentioned this too, if you have a question about anything, we know who all the players are for the most part. So if you need to know who at PERC, you know, handles the ag department or the PEP program or NPGA, you need to know something about lobbying, or Senator so-and-so has a question, is there anything that we can do to get a site visit with some senator? We can connect all those dots and help with those kind of situations. You know, like we help with inspectors all the time in North Carolina. We talked to Richard Fredberg, like, hey, you got a new guy and he's really out of line, and we'd like you to talk to him, you know, before things get out of hand here. And so that's the sort of, you know, interference that we sort of run between the government agencies and the membership, which I think is a big value to the membership. So with that, is Eric Taylor still in the building? So he was doing out there. So he's logged. That's fine. Eric, I'm going to do your closing comments for you before we get out here. Again, thank y'all for coming. We really appreciate it. I think it's great training. We appreciate PERC and NPGA staff and the FMCSA. I know he's left already, but appreciate you guys coming down here and put on some great training for us and stuff like that. And hopefully we're done with hurricane season, and you guys have a great cold winter, and we'll talk to you guys next time.